pausing at the beginning, nestled beneath the trees, whispers of the ancients, carried by the breeze. Guitar strings are humming, firelight aglow. Legacy forgers, it's time to let go. For tonight we dive deep into realms unknown, where medicine's guidance, our spirits have grown. Tribe experience calls as the stars do shine. In this quantum dance, the universe is thine. Dragons we have battled, demons we've defied. Through the darkest valleys and mountains we've climbed. Now we stand united, warriors of the heart. For love is our armor, and this is just the start. Mystical moments as the fire crackles near. Laughter and some tears as we conquer our fear. Epic is the journey of the soul's wild ride. With the legacy forgers, it's time, get all in stride. Tonight we ascend to dimensions so vast, embracing the future, honoring the past. Tribe experience beckons as the flames dance high. In this cosmic embrace, we touch the sky. Stories of resilience, tales of rebirth, legacy forgers, we know our worth. From challenges faced to the love we found. In this sacred space, our spirits are unbound. So here by the cabin, as night turns to day, we'll remember this moment, come what may. For in the heart of nature, with the fire's warm embrace, we found our true calling in this mystical space.
Gazing at the cabin, nestled neath the trees, whispers of the ancients, carried by the breeze. Guitar strings are humming, firelight aglow. Legacy forgers, it's time to let go. For tonight we dive deep into realms unknown. With plant missions guidance, our spirits have grown. Tribe experience calls as the stars do shine. In this quantum dance, the universe is thine. Dragons we have battled, demons we've defied. Through the darkest valleys and mountains we've climbed. Now we stand united, warriors of the heart. For love is our armor, and this is just the start. Dragons we have battled, demons we've defied. Through the darkest valleys and mountains we've climbed. Now we stand united, warriors of the heart. For love is our armor, and this is just the start. Mystical moments as the fire crackles near. Laughter and some tears as we conquer our fear. Epic is the journey of the soul's wild ride. With the legacy forge, we take it all in stride. For tonight we ascend to dimensions so vast, embracing the future, honoring the past. Tribe experience beckons as the Stories of resilience, tales of rebirth, legacy forgers, we know our worth. From challenges faced to the love we found, in this sacred space, our spirits are unbound. There's no stop. So year by the calendar, as night turns to day, we'll remember this moment. Come one day, for in the heart of nature, with the fire's wall embrace, we found our true calling in this mystical space.
Imagine yourself walking around, seeing that life is expanding for every step that you take. You learn new things, gain new insights, you have new experiences. You start to see things from a perspective that was previously unknown. You learn about new things that shapes who and what you are. Magic becomes a reality. Science fiction becomes a documentary. Previously unfathomable concepts becomes everyday life. How do you deal? That's what we're going to talk about in this podcast. We're going to talk to people with extraordinary powers, unbelievable experiences, tales of transformations, and legends of legacy. We're going to shape a new future based on a past that we have learned from instead of keep on repeating. We're going to use the insights and technology of today, both inner and outer. We're going to delve into frequencies and energies that has the power to shift worlds. Welcome to Forging Legacies. And throughout this podcast, we will do our very best to provide the map to this adventure. So let's go out there, raise frequencies, and expand consciousness. Let's begin. Here we go. It's been a while since I streamed, so this is going to be interesting. I am just finishing up some stuff because this is one of those interesting ones. That's all I'm going to say at this point. Just finishing off a post on X. If you are here right now and you want to help this effort, share the fact that this stream is going on, but do not share the link. Do not share the direct link to this place. I'm just simply going into places and saying that right now we're going to do a live adventure recap reviewing of insane footage kind of session, and it is posted in Discord. That's the only place it will be posted. Everything else is like it's happening on the community. And because I don't have a lot of time, I'll simply go and say, you can find that link to get into that community through our website, .com, thelegacyforge.com. Because, you know, it's the effort. It's the effort. People need to actually do something to value it. It doesn't matter how they, like if they were just given things, they don't really see the importance of what they're given. And this trip was different. It was different. I talked to, including but not limited to, the Wizard. I talked to Kim. I talked to We Are Unity. I talked to Manili I Am. I talked to the Witch. I talked to the Witch of both Rakista, which is a place that is magical in a forest, ancient forest with you. I've told some of the story. I might go into that a little bit today. It might be beneficial. I talked to other witches in the oldest city in Norway, where there is a well. I will get it back to that well. These witches included other people that I talked to in the kind of external periphery or perimeter. Like I've talked to so many circles of people, I guess, so many different communities and so many different fucking themes, and it's been a lot. It's been a lot. I was also given access to a house for 3 weeks in Oslo. In that, I was also given a key card that goes to a location, a 4,500 square meter location that has a specific name, which I will see if I can get into in a safe manner on this podcast or this episode. So I have access to a office that is wall in wall with one of Norway's best in their field, and these include doctors, and these include entrepreneurs and innovative creatives. There's a lot that goes into this. I was shown the underground of Oslo. I was taken through a location that was kind of like a restaurant with board games. And there was a certain type of jazz music. You know, the kind when you come in and they have this calming era or calming atmosphere. I was led through the building and to a staircase that went down. And as I was in the middle of the staircase, the music changed. And it was a different type of music. And then in the bottom of the staircase, the music changed again. Now it was not jazz, it was not a transitional piece, it was a full-blown rave party underneath Oslo. The fact that I couldn't hear the whole thing from inside of the staircase is in itself kind of wow. I have this on tape, so I'm gonna find that video and we're gonna review that on this stream because it was different, you know. And also the intention of people being there. That was something that I really got interested in because some people came there to work. They got there to get out their 8,000 steps during the day. It was a workout. Kind of blew my mind. They went into this phase, this meditation, and it was freaking interesting. There were other people there under different intentions, and there were some people who were multidimensional in their intentions, and they were very energetically aware. And it was very fascinating to see all this. I have this also, of course, recorded, so I look forward to see this because I haven't reviewed footage. After that, I took one of our tribe members on a trip to the ancient cabin or the ancient forest, the witch's cabin. And that was a trip that was kind of mind-blowing. So that's why I don't want to be the one sharing that story alone. I hope to be able to have that story shared by the person experiencing it for the first time. And now there's been a few days where we can think and reflect on what actually happened. I also was given a quest, which blew my mind. I came back to Oslo and I was given a quest to leave the realm of the Burger King to find the Temple of Light. To do so, I had to follow the stream of people. I had to feel the energies of the city. I had to go towards the cleaner air with ocean essence and fragments. I had to talk to a tiger. I had to win its favor. I thought I was going to Shangri-La, but I ended up in an explorer's lounge. It was the wrong place though, but it was definitely a location that I played off of. So this is where the adventure magic really happens. But after I found this Temple of Light, I was guided down to the library below, into the underground, the underworld. And down there, he was waiting. That was We Are Unity. And he showed me this amazing location. After we just fucking chuckled, he greeted me with 2 books, 2 children's books on magic. So it was like, hey, long time no see. And after that, I was guided towards this new location. I told him about what I was doing, and he got an idea of where we could talk. We head over to this building that looked melted. You're going to see this. If you're on this adventure, that's one of the things that you're going to have to be aware of, because it took us into a different world. And in there, I was like, this is the place. This is where we need to be in order to really experience this. Vibe Star, looking forward to hear more about. Oh yeah, you're gonna love this. Oh, Marius, dude, we have the Savior in Christian San as well. Now he wasn't directly part of this adventure, but we had an adventure very shortly before that. So that's kind of an adventure that leads into this. I've been very much visiting the tribe last months, 2 months, and there's more to this. This adventure has also not stopped yet. Like I'm still in the middle of the adventure, which is also interesting because this is the first time it's actually played out like this. But after I saw this society and I heard about societies, also just a little heads up, I was in the witch's cabin to discuss business as well, and the community, and the physical locations, and the society. Like, there was a plan, a visual that was formed during this adventure that got crystal clear and is fascinating. So I'm not going to say too much about that right now because I think we have to lead into it. There's, as I said, there's a lot to cover. But after I had been shown this amazing building from We Are Unity, he also took me through a shortcut. I did not know of this shortcut. I've been in Oslo quite a lot lately, and I did not know of this brilliant freaking shortcut. It took us into this different vibe of the city. It was like, this, that's what I want, just to take it in as you go and experience the journey just by. But that's also a thing I have to be adding context to. How you experience the city, how I experience the city versus how We Are Unity experienced the city and how the wizard experienced his version of the city. It was intense. It was intense. It's a different vibe. It's a completely different reality. When you're in a city like Oslo, you have public transport. And to get to anywhere, you can take a train, you can take the metro, you can take the bus, there's a lot of ways to get around. And while you're going around between the transportation, you have there's a norm. When We Are Unity said, follow the stream of the people, that is a literal thing. You can stop in Oslo and see the people going in line, in files, like ants. It's fucking fascinating. And then if you just go in and you follow the flow of that, you're being taken places. Completely but wild. But me and the wizard, we went from his place into Oslo because we were going to this club. And at that point, there's a whole reason as to why I was in Oslo as well. And that's a completely different saga, but it's also kind of relevant. I'm not going to go into that right now. But when we left his place to go to the city center to find this one location, he was efficient. He was walking based on Google Maps. He was taking turns that left freaking angles in the geometry of the world. Like he was quick, efficient. He was using aerodynamics at some point just to get, more flow and efficiency out of the trip. So he was also working out while doing this. It was an honor to just follow and just shadow and just see how he is in his everyday life. Because, it paints the picture. When you see how people are just going about their everyday life, you can also see patterns as to how they are doing that. And that is fascinating to me. I've been experiencing a lot of fun stuff because of it. But back to We Are Unity. We came back to the train station, and I figured I was going to start heading back. Like now, it was Tuesday, I think. And keep in mind, right now, I am at one of the places in my life where I'm kind of forced with a blank page on all levels. Like every single aspect of my life has come to this point where one huge decision and move needs to take place. And anything is possible. So me going back to the city or back to my place is not really a must do, but I had made a promise, and the 2 cats that had to get fed, they were prioritized in this case. And there's a lot of reasons as to why it went like that, but we're going to get back to it. It's an evolving thing that is taking place because right now I could also be sitting at the well, and the well is a physical place in Tunsberg. So let's get to that, right? From Oslo, I figured I was going to go home, and I'm starting to look at these different public transportation alternatives. And there are very few. After 6 p.m., you're kind of the duration, the length of your travel is very, very dramatically shortened. You have the bus going from the capital all the way to the front door of where I have to go, but only if you do it 3 times between 8 a.m. and 3 p.m. So you're limited, right? And then after that, there's just the train. The train goes all the way down to Kristiansand or even Snartamo, which is a place we have been before, but I haven't talked about it. There's this huge sword, and it's just... Thing is, Kristiansand or Snartamo, both of them are kind of a long way from where I live. There has to be a connection between the train station and my house, and that kind of... it complicates things. So in this case, the train didn't go more than to Skien, which is another city, which with a weird name that you have to be aware of. Don't say Skien. 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 All right? I'm going to get back to that. Something about the locals. But I figured I could stop two places. I had not planned anything at this point. And this is how I do. Like, I don't plan anything. I see where I want to go, and I start to head in that direction. And then I just build a plane. So I was heading down, and I was closing in on Drammen. In Drammen, there is a dude that lives who is referred to by himself as Gaylord. Gaylord is a beautiful, bald, huge, fucking tattooed, badass man. Didn't see that coming, now did you? He's a shaman, or he has been delving into the psychedelic realm for quite a few years, and I wanted to have a conversation with him. I had just had a conversation, by the way. Cheyenne. I had just had a conversation in the well. No, I didn't. Now I'm jumping ahead. Okay, so I wanted to have a conversation with him to just cover the facade of Norway. Norway behind the facade. But I had the facade behind Norway behind the facade. I had hours where they had seconds. And that is a complicated matter because I'm not the only one included in that story, and it is a national story. And it is pointing into a community that many people don't really understand or know exists. So I had to talk to him before I do anything drastic with the story. I didn't receive a message or a response. So for the first time in my history, you guys, I was able to say, the train has left the station. That felt good. Like it was something very different to be able to say that as an observation for something actually happening. But I continue down, and now I'm on my way to Tunsberg. I had reached out to a person in Tunsberg, Kim. He hadn't responded. And I was like, all right, I have to figure out something that I can do if I'm not able to get in contact with him. Because at that point, he was kind of my only contact in Tunsberg that were aware that I was heading down that way. So I come down to the train station and I start to walk through the city. I had no real idea of where I was going, but I was feeling my way through it. I had learned something of navigating a city in Oslo, and just seeing the architecture of how they're kind of planned, that was also very interesting. So there's a thing here that you should probably be aware of. My phone is battered. It has been through many adventures. It looks like it has been shot with a shotgun. Those are actual, notches in the glass. It's been complaining a little bit, so it's not connecting to the SIM card, which means that I haven't prioritized that part of the phone in at all. I have been without a number kind of for a long time. And because of that, I don't have internet when I don't have a Wi-Fi. And that makes things very interesting in navigating all these things and getting around, because you have to think completely differently. And so when I'm on a train, I have Wi-Fi. Some trains have Wi-Fi, and some cafes have Wi-Fi, and there are many things we should talk about in terms of that Wi-Fi. But when I left that train then, I didn't have anything. I was disconnected. My phone was a camera at this point. That's it. And so I go through the city. I find these different places where I've been before. And I was like, all right, okay, now I come from the, okay. And I see this amazing piece of art on a huge building that said, "Bli sett," which means be seen. Now now I just realized I have something interesting in terms of how I can share the story. Because I take pictures, and I share them in the Adventure channel on Discord. So this, you see, like I'm currently walking in the same getup that I have right now. This getup, like I was walking like this, looking up at that, I was like, that's pretty cool. I guess I'm not on the right way. Like this is the right way. And I did, and it was. Not only that, I came to this intersection and I heard a voice. I heard a laugh. And I really know that laugh because I've heard it for 8 years. So I start to just tune my ears into the laugh. And as I come down from the top of the street, I look down and there she is, this blonde woman that I've had the pleasure of more or less growing up the last decade with. And she sees me and is like, what? It's so, I can't really try to visualize how that feels, to be honest. I know how I felt, but I also had some context. I knew I was going there. She didn't. And it was a very interesting experience. We came down to the well, a purple building. It's the only purple building in the street. And it has a story because it's also the product, basically, of a trip that we had up to Tunsberg, me and a person who was part of the Legacy Forge before. It was a workshop. We had a how to gain investor kind of workshop where we painted the picture of what was going to be created. And we put that in a presentation. And this is what it ended up with. Like it's now literally a place in Tunsberg. Oh, shit.
Imagine yourself
Ah!
walking around.
Sorry about that. Oh, it's not my intention. I haven't, as you see, I wasn't really prepared for this. But that building is called the Well. It says the Well on it. It's Nidhogg's Well. Nidhogg is a serpent in the Yggdrasil life tree of Norse mythology. And it's a part of a much bigger story that many people don't really know has taken place. Even though we've said it has happened over so long, we haven't really gone into what this actually is. But here I come down and, it feels good to come down to this place and know that this is a literal result of an idea, of a thought. You're stepping into your own manifestation of a fucking thought. Is weird, but I get connected, or we get updated. I say why I'm there. I say what's going on, where I'm going, and the different developments that has happened on the journey. Like me having now access to a 4,500 square meter building with a fuck ton of offices and a creator space with the best people in Norway on their fields, like cannabis activists and doctors, researchers and entrepreneurs, and all these things. So many things that are very much directly applied to what we're doing with the well. And everyone is a little bit excited, of course. We figure out the way to get back to the witch's cabin of Tunsberg, I guess we can say. And we talk through the night. And then the day after, Kim is coming out to get us. I'm meeting Kim for the first time ever, and he's coming to pick us up, and we get to the well again, and I'm just talking to Kim. We spend the day, the hours flew by, hours just flew through, and we got to talk about a lot of stuff. I got to know Kim. While we were sitting there, I also reached out to another person who was in the area, right? Oh, sorry, I was squirrel moment. I have to put the Discord on streamer mode. But another person came down and joined the party. I have an interview with him that is recorded that I was reviewing just a little bit before this, but we talked, and more things kind of developed from there. And by this point, at the actual ending of the podcast, a second witch of Toonsburg came. Now, she's a real witch. She's reading the runes and she's doing all the things. And I was to crash at her place before yesterday, before I was to just take the bus and then head all the way back home. So we get a trip, or he drives us up there and says goodbye outside of the witch's house. I go in there and it's more of a update again. And we talk about things that I don't know how to explain it, but it's like when you have a big puzzle piece and a lot of puzzle pieces, and the puzzle pieces are getting aware of each other. That there's a big picture, you know. Everyone is excited and there's a lot to go into. And I'm currently, at this moment, when I'm sitting there, struggling with a moral dilemma, or not even a moral dilemma, an ethical dilemma, or it's a dilemma that is so weird to have that I struggle with computing it to some degree. I had been making a big effort to rush my way through a lot of people, rush my way through meeting people that should have been taken one at a time in a timely manner, and then just naturally developing as I went back down, because I was heading back down anyways. But as I said, I'm the custodian of 2 cats. I'm making sure that they have what they need, because it appears that people don't really care for cats. It's weird. Basically, it's this. The reason I'm sitting here right now stems from a complication of feeding cats from people living in the area. Given what was on that scale, when I was like, should I do that or should I do this? It is fucking impressive that I'm here. For me, because, you know, this also leads to just proving a point in my case, because now I'm like, all right, yes, you keep saying that, you keep doing that. Yeah. But here I am. I'm now I don't really know what the next leg is going to be. I have recorded a shit ton of videos and taken pictures and really made it, how would I say, manageable, because there's so many things that goes into this whole story that without the videos and without the pictures, it's going to be damn near impossible to tell it. So I figured I was just going to go live, and then in just a very lax manner, I'm going to go through the videos and through the images and just see if I can retell some of the details of what I just told you. Like, what I just told you now was just a brushing of the main points, you know? Just the epicness alone of this story is kind of overwhelming, to be honest. But I have discovered something in this whole journey, and that's, I guess, what I'm trying to get out in the best way, because it's a good thing. It's an interesting thing. It is an important thing, to be honest. I've talked to a lot of different people. I have gathered a lot of different stories. Are there any questions? I see that we have 2 people who have said, good to see you, Marius and Vibestar. But that was all the way back in Shan. You know, lots have happened since that. Also, I'm looking for a spa. I'm looking for a sauna. I'm thinking of actually creating the spa day, because so far we have had different, you know, relaxation methods, I guess, for the last day of an adventure. And I feel like this adventure is such a huge one in my life, at least, that I need to really make sure that the spa day is going to be resetting, transformative, because when I can just open up, I guess, all the channels and make my muscles just fucking chill and just feel and be, after that adventure, I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I'm going to say that that's going to be the most efficient psychedelic hyper-integration method to this date. Because all this is also kind of, you know, I did DMT. When I was at the witch's cabin, I did a lot of DMT. Not a lot, but a huge hit. And it hasn't, like, I've been thinking about it. I haven't talked about it. I haven't shared what I saw. And it's because it was kind of hard. And it's not like I have anything to share that I haven't shared before, but it's an interesting addition to the story. And because of that, maybe that's also going to be a part of all this in terms of this adventure, because I was also on a quest to reset myself, to have an integration session, to toss out the bathwater. And the last few trips has been hard in terms of getting to that point in order to be able to actually do the session. And I had to, like the spa day, I had to have that experience of being facilitated to see, what if I was going through this experience and how does that feel for the people getting it? And it went well. It went really well. It opened up questions. It had new, and I'm not just talking for me, I'm talking for the people present as well. It opened up new ways of seeing what's going on, I guess. It was what I needed. It was just clarity. I was at the waterfall up at the witch's cabin as well. And I have documented those places as well. It's going to be very much interesting, more interesting this time to go through what happened, because this time I can really recount the steps and just go from there. How are you guys, though? Remember, I'm not stretched for time. I can do this all day. I could sit here until midnight. Maybe that should be a thing. Maybe I should just do a... maybe this could be part of the whole process, you know? After you've gone through a journey and you are back and you can sit down and you don't have to do anything, what better way to do nothing than to do something with it, you know? That makes no sense for people who don't know what I mean, but to sit and just talk, chill for the day. In the real life, this would be a place where we just sit around the campfire physically, and that some people are technical and just put up a camera so that people online could also join the conversation. That's kind of what this is, I think. Because all of this is just proving the thing. I'm cooking. I hear you talk. I'm curious about the DMT experience. Yeah. I don't really know if I went deep into the first DMT experience with Shamani. For context, by the way, the DMT experience I had on Ceremony Mountain was performed by the mentee of the witch. So the witch is the mentor of mentors. She is the best in the country at what she does, and she's not known. There has been people testing her things in a lab in Belgium, and it's arguably the best in the world. Arguably. Like, I just know that she is the best I know, and based on everything that I know of the community in Norway, I also know that she is the best of those. And because they kind of came from places as well and have other people, the evidence might suggest that she is the best in Norway. So this is an interesting take, because I saw how he facilitated it, leading up to how she facilitates it, then adding to how I would facilitate it, because that's also what it's like a training. I'm going through the process of seeing how this is done based on indigenous practices, based on modern practices, based on how I see the merge of things in terms of my experience on Ceremony Mountain and how we have done things. There are so many elements. One thing that I've learned more than anything is that none have a fucking decent follow-up system. I'm like blown away by that fact, to be honest, and I'm a bit pissed. But that's also part of why I've been traveling. Oh, Marius. Oh. Also, that looks good, by the way. I'm going to show that too. Marius is sitting there in Christian's hand with the fucking fire pan and his own home brewed beer. Like he's one of those connoisseurs that knows a thing or two about the brew. Well done, bro. Here I am drinking poison directly from the can. I'm coming back to you, by the way, because I am right now. I'm here until I can figure out a good alternative. I need to make sure that things are handled here before I travel out. But because of the timing of you, and I'm not going to say his name, but your best friend, not even like, you know who I'm referring to, and the bus. Because of the timing of how things are developing and how people's schedule seems to open up at that time, I guess in a week or two, maybe. Everything from my end is going to be prepared to such a degree where I can actually just go out and act on these things. It means that I can go in and have the van maybe actually being a thing. Going in to the well and seeing everything that has happened there already and how well that is going, I know that the time from now and tomorrow is laden with possibilities. And the time from now until a week from now is fucking intense in terms of how much is possible. And then, you know, if we have that perspective, it's not going to be a long time until you and I are sitting by the campfire and maybe fucking with a bus behind us. I was thinking a cafe on wheels as well would have been freaking awesome. Week 9, hold it free. See, there we go. There we go. Week 9. I like that. 9. Just that number as well. It fits the narrative. Week 9. So now we're going to have something planned for week 9. Coordinates will follow. Yes, he's now there again. See? I don't have to do much more than to just say we're doing the thing, and then we have done the thing so many times that now we know what we're doing. The coordinates, the experience. That is something that I really love this time. Because now, because of people liking the game and joining in, they're making an effort into hosting the experience, you know, taking people through that journey of like, this is what I like to do. This is my world. This is how I can make this. This is how I feel epic, you know? And then just joining that journey, it's fucking amazing. The coordinates will follow. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I have documented or have recorded a few coordinates on this journey as well, where I have found amazing places in the city and also a few outside of the city. But it's happening, you know? All I want now is just to have that tea bag with a QR code on the label. Or figure out a way to have the coordinates cleverly put through tea bags in different locations. I feel like I'm back here now maybe to prepare the marketing material. Or maybe I should go into Neosign. Maybe I should go and print a mug. Maybe I should start to think about how the van should look when it's foiled in this epic fucking seed of just mystery and Norwegian forests. And I had this whole image in my head. And so far, things are fucking panning out. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see when it has taken place, because I have documented way more than I've shown, and it's just a confirmation that, yeah, okay, if we continue this path, that's definitely going to happen. Life, eh? What about this, too? Helcrypt, by the way. We're going to talk way more about what that is. You say you need to brew more beer, and that I like, because normally I don't do alcohol. Like, I have a policy on this stuff. I don't buy a beer in the store. When I drink, there's a purpose to it, and it's mostly only beer. And when it is a beer that is crafted by the passion and love and knowledge of a person who just wants to brew his own, like that is a different experience. So I'm honored. You're the only person that I have as the source of beer in my life. That's interesting. It tastes amazing. Just the fact that I can also say that I've tasted the beer. That's pretty cool. Because I had a beer 2 days ago and it did not taste the same. Did not taste the same. Even if it was like a special occasion, that it was tapped from the well of Yggdrasil, if you will, it didn't taste the same. So one of the plans in the well is also the microbrewery. If you like to brew your beer, if you have the experience, if you want to have another gig, things are opening up. Things are happening. And it's so fucking fascinating to see that everyone is already part of it. Like, every person is just waiting for the introduction to expand on what they can do. Imagine if you're like a super knowledgeable mycologist. You know everything about mushrooms. You can do anything. You're a fucking master, but you don't have the space to do it. That's gonna be pain, And now imagine that we have the space and we have the mycologist. We just have to combine the two. That's it. That's all I have been doing. That's cool. Which brings me back to the van and why that is relevant why that is relevant. The witch lives a far away from here, kinda. But not that far. She's in a place where if you don't have transport or nowhere to go, it's gonna be hard to find it. And when you do get on the right path, it's also gonna feel like you're in the middle of nowhere. So it's kind of a hard place to have as a location. But with vans and the lifestyle of this being the work, you can flow between the locations. You can be in Toonsberg with a well. You just live there because the van has the bed and everything that you need to be fully you. Or you can just drive up to the witch's cabin. And now imagine the communication system in the van, that there are several vans. The Freedom Fleet, and that people can communicate. So it's a transportation node. Like it's a transportation of goods, people, news, experiences, and it just goes between the nodes. So it's kind of a new blockchain. Site for crypto information and passive income opportunities. Yes. And see that too. Because here we're going into the blockchain and how this new technology is kind of the future. And what we're trying to do with everything we do, or I at least, right now, is to kind of mirror that blockchain honesty in real life, to make the node, to create a node network. And that everything from the currency on the chain digitally and the community connected to that through Discord and the website connected to all the processes and systems from those are just fueling the natural adventure in physical reality. And it's bridged by the metaphysical, psychedelic realities. It's intense. Legacy Forge app notification for events like we talked about. Yes. Yeah, and when you making an app today is not that hard. You just need to have a good idea, right? And then it's about just figuring out the modules and the blocks of text and code that you need to make that happen. We thought about the whole geolocation. So if you're in a place, and maybe just taking into account that we don't always have a SIM card in the phone, to make that app in somewhat a very good resource for people just traveling around like that. All of a sudden, you're in the vicinity of another Legacy Forger, and bloop, Kim! It's just like 4 meters from me or something. And then you have a keyword that you can say or do or whatever, and then Kim will be notified, and He will see you in so many ways. And then I talked to the wizard, and this is also about gamifying life, right? So having a location like the well, where you can have a spot, like a slot that merchants can buy or rent for crypto or for cash or whatever, but a place in that place where they can have a little stand of what they do, their magic. And it's going to be a win-win, right? Some people is going to get more reach and more people to their stuff, and the people who has the space for their stuff is going to get more people in, so that it's just a win-win-win-win-win situation. But let us not forget the places with just a bonfire and stories and natural tea and stuff, like a bar without the alcohol involved. And that the NFT is also a key that opens up the keypad to the door behind the back room, the tribe room, the Discord server, the tribe premium location. You know what I mean? Everything of this is so easy to kind of put together because it's already working, kind of. We just have to test it out, which is what I'm doing right now. And it works beautifully in the 3D. When we get to a point where I can sit down and just have these technical, long sessions with people who loves the digital part of it, we just connect the dots that we already have. And then I guess that's all she wrote. Then we have a van, we can run around, we can have bonfires wherever. For me, speaking for myself, I have a place where I can call my home, just being a space for me and have the freedom that I need to be able to do what I do, which seems to be network building, you know? I feel like I have, I've just run around and connected networks or people with networks, and that's been blowing my mind. Because if you think about it, the people I have digitally are all community managers of something big globally in some other place in the world. So right now, let's say Marcus. Marcus is currently in Hakuba, Japan. He's living in a 20-room hotel that is ready for people from the tribe to come and have an experience in. This is now. I have an issue accepting that, kinda. Ao Inti in South Colombia, in the Aini Good Life Sanctuary, that is a thing that is already there. So now I feel like I'm visiting the people that I have connected and get to know, and then I'm just merely a network builder. I'm like a bridge builder, like Bifrost. I thought of this yesterday. I've been told that I have Odin energy. I am called Tor, but I'm blowing a horn like Heimdall. So I'm like, I'm like a multifaceted Heimdall bridge builder. Bifrost. Whew, what a life. What an adventure. We have so much to talk about. Yes, we have so much more to talk about. Yes, I have so many things too, because there are props, you know. The main issue so far has been to find the space to be able to sit down and talk about it, because there are so many pieces. It could be overwhelming, you know. And trying to set those pieces together in a way that is sustainable and enjoyable and just an addition to what people are already doing. So it's just a playful co-creation of stuff. That's what I saw most in terms of the well and the witch's cabin. But the DMT experience, what do you wonder? What questions do you have about this? Because it's the embodiment of the calm in the chaos. When I took that hit, I told her that I had a song request, and I wondered if she could hold the pipe so I didn't have to think about anything other than pulling in air, holding my breath, and laying down. Because I know that, you know, you can, a process like that can quickly be interrupted if that setting is not optimized. So I did that, and I held my breath for a long time. I realized as or after I had drawn the pipe that I could have done it in smaller increments, but that's what I mean by the facilitation. Because they knew like a fresh person who has never done it would take the word of the shaman as law. Like you just do what you're told, and because of that, it could have bad outcomes. People could do something that they were not prepared for or whatever. So the facilitation and the integration or the introduction is extremely important in my case, or in how I see things. But I did everything that I could to not having to do anything, and I took the pipe. I took the hit. I held my breath for as long as I could, and I'm not sure how long that was, but it was very. I think it was a long time. As I exhaled, I briefly visited the Big Bang. It felt like, and I was sitting there, just feeling my body, and I was very, very. Ah, Helcrypt is Marius. Marius, the savior. Helcrypt is also his thing, so couldn't talk more about that. But yeah, I was sitting there and being very aware of my breath, my body, every cell in my body, and the normals. But as I was sitting there, I also had very intense visuals, which I still kind of remember, but I think I'm gonna just wait until things have calmed, because after such an experience, it could take like a week of just the mind trying to get a grip of what that was, and then the work could fucking last for years. But for me, it was a very calming and confirming experience. It was a very I don't know. I got exactly what I wanted, if that makes sense. And it was during the whole adventure as well, so it was also a test to see how less or how little friction one can go through all of this, and still be able to not have any huge interrupts. And this is in terms of the whole journey, not just the DMT, but the whole travel up to the cabin and everything happening during and after and all that stuff. Yeah. So it was like I saw what I wanted to see. And it confirmed many things that kind of played out effortlessly afterwards. More energetic awareness, but in a different way. In a very I'm not sure how to explain that. I'm gonna just have to see how that develops, because it's been happening the last few days, and because of it, I'm not sure if I should jump the gun yet. That's why I have all the videos and the photos, so I can kind of refer to it. I haven't shown you any of this, so there's that. We have now had 1 hour of introduction to the stream, and I feel like maybe we could go in and see what we have. But also, I'm going to go into the core. I'm just going to be there with the audio, and the camera is just going to be on the stream, but I'm going to go into the core. So if anyone wants to join and just ask live. Have we lost? Whereby again? No, okay, the core is actually down because... Interesting, the core is down because I only set that to January 25th or something. So now I'm going to go into Tabby's room, and I guess you can also, if you don't know where that is, you can go into the lazyforge.com/tabby, and there's going to be a button in there. I'm going to be there, and then I'm going to try to figure out where I have all the footage and see if I have actually updated that on the Google Drives, which I don't like to use, but here we are. Kind of forced to use technology, these days. This is only going to be a issue until we have the .NET back up again. That has all of it. Oh, perfect. It is. I could just go through Google Docs or Google Photos. chronological. It has all the things. Beautiful. That is beautiful. But I'm gonna go and jump to. All right, there it is. The first thing that I recorded was the nod. I think people are gonna like. It's gonna be interesting to see what people say about this. Might join later when I'm done with the foodstuffs. Yeah, don't worry, don't worry. Do your foodstuffs. They're legendary. You know, Marvin is still talking about the foodstuffs. I'm just gonna share this while we go, and then yeah, let's see where it leads. Still in Oslo, and we came up to the wizard. He didn't have any more of the licorice that he blew my mind with the first time or last time. My girls are sleeping, I hope. They better. They have a long travel tomorrow. So I'm in Oslo, and delivering them to Gardermoen tomorrow. So this time they're going on a vacation. Still in Oslo. That is what happens when my phone just figures I'm not gonna be helping you anymore. Like it disconnected the SIM card, and it just stopped everything. Arias, I just lost a SIM card. Hello.
How's your day?
So my day is interesting as always.
Oh, I know.
Yes. How is yours? Like, let's. I just found.
It's epic.
Nice. I like things when they're epic. How is your epicness unfolding?
Just feeling like it's Easter where I normally come from, just in February, just sitting here in the sun outside my door with the fire just going and the dog outside. So we're pretty good.
Nice. Yeah, this is good bonfire weather actually.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking about having
I
something
thought
this weekend.
I thought to myself yesterday when I was gaming after I came home from work, and I said to myself, well, it's too nice of the weather just to sit inside. So I've been out all of last day, all of today, and till later today we are gaming with the boys
Nice. How long are you free for?
until Monday morning.
Aha. What are you doing this weekend though?
Gaming.
Only gaming?
Probably there's a new activity dropping on the game that we're gaming, world first. So we are going to be a group of guys just hanging around and trying to complete the encounters in that dungeon, and yeah.
Mm. Nice. So, if you were to receive an invitation for a bonfire in your neighborhood, would you join that?
If you were to come on a bonfire during this weekend, yes.
Interesting. Noted. It is noted. Because I have no idea what this
But
weekend
not
looks like.
today.
Not
Not
today.
today, maybe not tomorrow. Sunday would be perfect.
Yeah. Sunday is a good way or a good day for bonfires.
Let's see how the weather is on Sunday. It's gonna be
Mm. That's the problem with our platform. When we do it from the phone and we go out of the browser or the something, it cuts the audio, and that is kind of a disturbance, you know. It's like we have talked about this, me and Lycus. to just have it on the servers, and potentially we should be able to have that then through an app, which means that we can bypass that problem. I look forward to it. I can't hear you, Marius. There you are.
What kind of what kind of information or disturbance?
No, it's not like when you go in another folder or another thing on your phone, the audio disappears from this place.
That's weird.
Yeah, yeah, that's a disturbance. Like that's one of those things that we don't like in the technology. So just for the record, I haven't heard anything of what you said after you said weather on Sunday.
Okay, that's what I got my browser. But what I was thinking about, if you had like, honest, like if you have two people by a bonfire,
Yeah,
you have a laptop
yeah,
that's watching the bonfire and the people,
yeah,
but the people have headsets on their phone
yeah.
in this space.
Yes, that's the only thing that is keeping me from doing that right now is that I don't have the reliable equipment to do so. I need the. Have you heard of the Go 3?
No.
I've talked about this with a few people. I'm not sure who I have talked to them or whom I've talked to about. But the microphones, it's like you have a receiver, right? And
Yeah, those portable microphones
yeah,
here, like people, content creators have. Yeah.
yes, exactly. That like most people are using it just because it's a trend. So they're holding that. This bugs me to some
Hmm.
degree. They're holding the remote microphone in front of their face or attaching it to something that is not on their body while they're made for having it on your body and deal with all the things that comes from the clothing, all that stuff, right? When you have it just attached, first of all, you don't see it. It's fucking beautiful. And second of all, it records the conversation on the receiver and it can send it directly live to the phone or laptop. So with one of those, fuck, we could have the most epic conversations around the campfire.
Yeah, that would be so epic.
Yeah.
Just
That's
think
how.
about that when we are like traveling around in those buses or vans or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Just being able to have like about four microphones if we're two people or just one people, and just have people around the bonfire and people just talk clearly.
Yeah.
It's like it's gonna be like an outdoor session of Joe Rogan.
Yes. Agreed. Steve-O does this already. He had created a big ass podcast studio in his off-road van. Like that inspired me to see what was possible with these vans. Fuck. Fuck. Now Steve-O is probably a little bit better off than most people when it comes to how he wants to have the van. Like you could just buy a bus just to test it out or get a van just to test it a little bit. I don't know how wealthy he is, but like he is able to do things that most are not. And he seems to be exactly like us. Like he just wants to sit down on a fucking place in the middle of nowhere and just sit there and just peace.
Have a conversation.
Yes, have a good conversation that stimulates and just is real. Yeah. Maybe who knows? Maybe
Yeah,
we'll
that's
find
the
Steve-O.
hope. Like I'm trying to get like some text on my car right now on the back window, like promoting Helcrypt and
Yes.
promoting the possibilities for passive income. And when I buy my camper, it's also going to be like on the back door. It's going to be a QR code. It's going to be like some names, like, hey,
Yes.
want to have a deep conversation, or do you want to know this, or do you want to like, yeah.
What can you do with your car? Can you kind of completely wrap it if you want?
What do you mean?
Wrap it in like visual foil. Like if you have a completely covered car, it's like painting it, but it's just a foil with print on it.
If I want to, yeah.
Holy shit. I need to show you something when you're back in my neck of the woods because that, with your ideas right now, I simply want to show you an image and I want to take you to a place and then you can see like, oh shit, because that's what I'm thinking. If you have a car that looks visually stunning, right? Just an example, the dude that I'm working with is an elderly man who has a Mustang E vehicle with the face of Trump in the front and the back head of Trump on the back. and the license plate is "I'll be back." So he's kind of a local celebrity in terms of how he has what he has done in terms of the whole Trump campaign, the first time and this time and all that. But
Oh yeah.
he's able to do that because in the office there is this printing studio, so that you can have every decal or thing printed and then have it on the car. My plan is to have a black or dark or like carbon colored van with the Norwegian tree skyline. You know, just have a mystical design that is kind of blending in with the van, and then have a QR code and something that is just visually interesting. And then I think that that is the best way to market, because you're driving around in the thing that you're kind of promoting, and people who see it have a direct access to whatever is going to explain more of what they're seeing right there on a QR code on the van with a little,
Yeah,
call to
that's
action.
like on my car right now. I'm gonna have financed by Bitcoin mining, and
I see
then
that too.
want to
Beautiful.
know more.
Yes.
Then I'm gonna have this QR code, and then when I scan the QR code, I'm gonna make a video of myself just having a short presentation of this is what I do.
Yes. Yes. That's the most easy way to market these days, I think. It's just being the thing that you are selling and just saying, this is what I do. Because fuck, things are happening at a scale now that is scary. People in crypto are freaking out. Have you seen any news lately in the community on Discord, or not Discord, but
No, no, no,
crypto shit in general globally?
no.
Okay, yesterday I was on X, and I don't know. Are you on X?
Oh yeah.
Do you use the spaces?
Not much. Not
Those
yet.
are fucking interesting because, think about it. Elon Musk owns X. He loves everything X does. So, of course, he loves spaces, and he is in them quite regularly. So, you can be in a space with Elon Musk, and you can be invited as a speaker if there is any reason for it, and talk directly to him. So, this goes on all levels, right? I found a few people that led me to other people that led me into the developer part of crypto and Web3. So, I was sitting there with people who are behind the technology of what they're selling and not the marketing of it, which was a very interesting fucking experience. Yesterday, a dude was sitting and talking about the reality of crypto. And right now, in terms of meme coins specifically, this is why everyone that I talk to, if they don't know, I try to encourage them to go way more into Bitcoin and the Ethereum line of it all, not the meme coins like ape and
Mm-hmm.
cats and
Keep
sign.
keep the big ones. Keep the
Yeah,
simple, reliable ones.
yeah, because right now Trump kind of fucked up most of the crypto community, as well as boosting and showing that it is possible. When he made the Trump coin, it quickly skyrocketed in value, and many millionaires were made from that one little boost. And then
Oh yeah.
it went down and it balanced out, and there's like next to no value to it. Now, the people who jumped on that, who are only in it for the quick win, and meme coins, they did that. They got a little smack. They probably learned, or they maybe that's how they do it. They just pull the rug pull, right? But
Oh
now
yeah.
that that was a thing and everyone saw that, the rug pull strategy is failing hard, because now people are seeing it for what it was, and they're just pulling out, and every meme coin or altcoin is basically suffering for it, and people who have made their businesses and their lifestyles based on it is now suffering, and are saying like, guys, now we actually have to talk, because so many people are in financial ruin. They will say that they are successful on social media because that's how they got to that success, by faking that they had something. And now that that is being taken away in such drastic manner, they keep trying to keep that mask up to survive. So there's a whole apocalyptic wave going on right now, with Bitcoin being the thing that is re-emerging as the safety that
The
people need
stable,
to.
yeah,
Yeah,
the stable one, yeah.
yeah. So fuck, it's interesting times to be
And
living in.
you just saw it on the dip the other day when the news here on Sunday
Mm.
came out with the tariffs, and
Mm-hmm.
the markets was crashing, dude.
Exactly.
It was worse than FTX. It was worse than any other. Like it was worse than COVID. It was worse than everything.
Yeah.
But what the cool thing about it is, like in Norwegian time where we live, the markets When they opened, it crashed
Yeah.
like during the day. But on the last hours of the day, the markets closed positive.
Yeah.
It came with I don't know if you know the term, a massive bullish hammer.
Yeah.
So the markets know that like Bitcoin and like XRP, Ethereum and shit like that, they know that okay, these are safe. These are things that we need to focus on, but the markets just need a little bit of cool down right now and the right kind of narrative until we go I personally believe ballistic.
Yeah.
I'm talking like a super cycle.
Yeah. Cycle being a very, very central word in this because people seem to think that it's a whole separate entity, but the cycles, it always goes in cycles. Once you understand the cycles, it's kind of like a reflection of human consciousness, where people are focusing, what is happening, like direct inside outside behavior. Instead of focusing on now, it's fucking $7,000, and I'm gonna buy it when it's $9,000, whatever. All the things that people are focusing on the surface these days, it's not really helping.
I just remember like in 2012 is the first time I heard about Bitcoin, and I think it was like $10 a piece or
Yeah,
something, 10
yeah.
or 100. And I thought to myself, well, this is gonna be a scam.
Mm,
But who's laughing today?
mm,
And I was talking to some people when I started my mining journey, and they were like, oh, blah blah, Bitcoin, blah blah. And that's the guy who introduced me to Bitcoin back in 2012. And I said, like, well, who's laughing now
yeah,
of Bitcoin? Look at this. Bitcoin has done like 100,000 next or something. Like not really that much. My math is wrong, but like from a $10 to $100,000. Who's laughing?
when it was released, it was even like it was just the cents. It cost a few cents for a Bitcoin.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
some guy paid 10,000 Bitcoin for a piece of pizza
yeah,
delivered.
yeah.
Like nowadays, you can buy as many pizzas as you want for the rest of your life with one Bitcoin.
100%.
So the future of digital currency is here, but we're still a little bit too early for the adoption because people are way too scarce right now.
Yeah,
It's a new asset, it's a digital asset, and people just don't understand it. And as I say to people, don't call me crazy right now. If like I say, well, let's think long term. What about we are now in the forefront with Elon Musk, with President Trump? We're in the forefront of space exploration. They have said US will be the first country or first nation in the world to travel to Mars. We are going to be the first of a lot of things. And say that you want to transfer money from Earth to Mars, what's the quickest way? It's through digital. It's through like codes, ones and zeros. That's crypto.
yeah,
So if you want to like send $1,000 of currency from Earth to Mars, it's gonna be through digital currency.
100%.
Our space travel, like from NASA's point now to SpaceX, we're in the forefront of spatial travel and spatial recognition. We are so early. It's going to happen a lot the next couple of years that people would think like this is just going to happen in movies.
Mm,
So the like people are like, oh, it's the first crypto pro president. Yes, he is. And people are like, oh, the market's going to rip. No, they're not. Not right now. But during the next 10 years, if you know what you hold, you know what you hold.
yeah.
That was my little crypto rant of the day.
I like it. Like it when you talk, you feel you
You
feel
feel
it.
the energy, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Like, I got my letters in my brain, and it's like when you're on a streak, you're on a streak. And then it's like, no, 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 I'm talking.
yeah.
I just love it.
Yeah. There's a whole power in that, to be honest. Like power that
It
moves
is a
instantly.
superpower. So some people say like ADHD is a superpower. Yes, it is a superpower, and no, it's definitely not a superpower at some times.
Mm,
But when you're interested, when you're focused, when you're deep into shit, if you know what I mean,
mm,
nothing can stop it.
agreed. Agreed. I was thinking, should we try to do something that is going to make it even more efficient?
Okay, I'm listening.
If we go into X and start a space in there, we simply join the space, and then other people from the community and crypto.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
Let's do that. Just send me that space link on Discord.
I'm
So.
gonna send you the space link. I'm just gonna write a post first that's gonna maybe boost the algorithm a little bit, and then you're gonna get a link.
Oh, perfect.
Talk
This
to you.
is going to be nice.
Yes, it's gonna be fun. Let's do it. There we go. Now I have left that. I left the room, and I will. Let's see. How do we do this? I'm just gonna read through a little bit. The stream is live. You can find it under Discord. It is unlisted, meaning community is the only place will be. See. That. Now, are there anyone in the chat right now who actually it doesn't matter. I can just stream the audio in here as well. Stream is live right now. You can find it on Discord. It's unlisted, meaning the community is the only place we'll post it and try with people who might understand. I would appreciate any and all questions, comments. Post. There we go. Now, spaces. How do we do create your space? Up. Something went wrong. Don't fret. It's not your fault. It says so. Now I'm going in and I'm adding some description, which is going to be interesting. I've never done this before. I'm going to actually just show you. We're going to go for probably jumping through a lot of things here. Paleontology, paranormal. Paranormal would be interesting. Let's go for paranormal and biology, psychology, and careers, maybe? Careers, history, advertising, education, and college life, online education, history, economics, philosophy. That's futurology. Nah. I'm gonna have to test these out after we have started doing them. See what's possible. Augmented reality, virtual reality. We're going to talk about those as well. Tech personalities, cloud computing, Adobe, Python. There's a lot. Renewable energies also. looking for. Actually, let's just do that. We're talking about psychedelic hyperintegration technology, so why not just record the space? Yeah, let's try that too. Let's start now. And then I shall send a link. Let's see, I'm going to do that so that you. How do I share that? There we go. Copy link. Then I will post this in the Discord server. In the adventures. There. And there. Let's see. And like that. Now we're actually live on X as well. So this is just happening and evolving as we go, as it tends to do all the time. Marius is in. I'm gonna follow you right away there. Now I think you have to ask to be, or I can invite to speak. I can do a lot of things here. I can actually invite co-hosts as well. We can just try this and go ham. There we go.
I just had to change my settings because I do not have a lot of notifications on my phone.
Nice.
So I had to let Space or like X know that they can use my microphone, you know?
Yeah. This is cool though. This is the first time I've ever done this.
Yeah, same. It's
Yeah.
gonna be a nice one.
Yeah. And also, crypto, Web3, the future, magic, and other epic stuff within the paranormal, psychology, and technology categories.
Oh yes.
I wonder what kind of people we will attract for this, because the algorithm on X is very interesting in terms of who finds it and who you get connected to.
It's really, I've never tried this X before on things like this.
We can talk about monetization of it as well, because if you have 5,000 verified users on X following you, and that actually takes very short time, like a little time compared. I think that this is going to be an experience in that. This is going to prove my point, because if we are engaged here now in this space on X, and people come in and they find it interesting, our followers are going to grow exponentially. If those are verified, you can start a community of having people subscribe to you on X directly, and you can set the price. So there was a guy that had, I don't know how many people he had, 10,000 maybe, and he charged $1, I think, just for being in the community, and he had about, I'm not sure how many people he had as a subscriber, but let's just say he had 100 people subscribing to him. So $100 every month just for that. And then when he raised the price, let's just say that he set it to $10 or $20. Right? Now you have $2,000 just coming in because people are subscribing on X. So X is very interesting in terms of a income stream for people who just wants to be as authentic and as honest and as free spoken as they feel like we should have a right to be.
Oh yeah.
But it also, like, this starts a whole new economy, which means that there's going to be a whole new type of creators. Now that the NFTs are being smitten, basically, people have to be more authentic. So they go in and they all of a sudden they go from being a meme to actually trying to be the person behind the meme, and that's a process in itself, right? So there's going to be a huge shift in how social media operates, especially on X, because of everything that's happening in crypto. That's fucking interesting.
It is.
Goes both ways, you know. We are impacting cryptocurrency value, and the value is also affecting us as humans at this point. Blows my mind.
That's uh that's something, yeah.
Mm. Let's see.
The only thing that I've been a little bit bummed about sitting out the last couple of days on the fireplace is that the wood that I got is so moist. So
Ah,
it
yeah.
takes so much time. So I like put on a bunch right now on the last sack that I have, and it just you can just hear it. You hear moisture like evaporate,
Yeah.
and then suddenly everything just goes like boom, fire.
Mm.
That's what just happened right here. So I'm firing up the last of the sec that I have right now, and then I'm gonna head back in later and do some more office work. And then a new dungeon in my game, or the game that I'm playing, is releasing in 1 hour and 25 minutes. So
Nice. I remember those days when I could, just sit there and play. But there were different
oh
things
yeah,
in my mind or in my life that wasn't in balance yet, so I couldn't. I look forward to do that again. Just fucking plan a weekend of gaming. I miss that.
that's that's what I hope for. Is like I do whatever I want,
Yeah.
but the time when I can like have my camper van, just buy a laptop and just like sit on the mountain somewhere connected with Starlink and just game.
Yeah. Yeah. That's going to be a fun and interesting and epic experience because it's so quote unquote easy to do. It's happening. It's happening.
It's really easy.
Yeah. What are your what do you think is going to happen in your life in the next 3 months?
In the next 3 months, I think it's just going to be focusing on self-development. We are getting on a lot of new stuff at work, so I have to get myself into that
Mm.
and just wait until summer. Just wait for the weather to be, or the weather is kind of okay right now, but like temperatures to go up, be out in the boat, just exploring, just taking one day at a time, really.
Mm. Yeah, I think this summer is going to be different.
This year
Yeah.
in general is going to be different because I feel personally that everything around me just does not go as fast as I want to. So the days are long and things just go so slow.
Yeah.
So just take one day at a time and just think about the future and have fun.
Yeah. It's funny to see your user here on X is shifting between Helcrypt and Marius Helsta. It's like it's
That's because I am changing names and everything to be a little bit more
yeah, but it goes back and forth.
anonymous.
That's fascinating. Like technologically, that's
Oh,
fascinating.
I've just changed it to Hellkit because I want to be a little bit more anonymous online.
Yeah.
Um, that's the main reason. That's why this user on X might just be not be the one that you should be following for the rest of your life because the username is wrong. So if I cannot
Mm.
change the username, hopefully I can do it on the computer after this.
I don't think you can change your username, but I would recommend you just create a new account for Helcrypt.
Yeah, I have different. So.
Yeah. Why do you want to stay anonymous?
Uh, it's about the freedom. Just having the people surrounding me knowing who I am.
Mm.
Just be a little bit mysterious, uh, like yeah, people can know what I'm doing and everything in my life, but I just want the personal people to be up close and personal.
Yeah.
So it's like having two lives, having one public life like Helcrypt, and then one personal life with the people that are close to me.
Mm. Yeah. I get that. It's a
So
battle.
like in yeah, because like in the future right now, I would like to have like three types of, call it, personalities. I would have one for Helcrypt that is a little bit mysterious, like, hey, if you want to know about this, you have to get in touch. And to get the information, you have to uh, kind of invest in what I have to offer in one kind of at some point because of what I know and what I do.
Mm.
And that's two types. So you got the real far away, you got the inner circle, and then on the third part, you got the personal level.
Mm. Agreed.
That's why.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to share my whole self. Like I could do that, but that would be too kind of obvious. I would like to have like a little bit of mystery in things.
Yeah. I can relate. What kind of mystery are you, mostly excited about these days?
The mystery I'm most excited about these days is the easiness of making digital money, not doing shit and not having shit around.
Mm.
That's the thing that is the most exciting. Like I have cloud mining business, Bitcoin mining business that makes me 2,000 grand or $2,000 a month right now.
Mm.
I've just invested in them. I do not have Bitcoin mining equipment at home. I do not pay for electricity. Everything is done by the company and it's consistent. And I don't want to like shout out to everybody that, hey, this is what I do. I would like to be like on the first level, like on my car, it's gonna be like the sticker on the back window is gonna be financed by Bitcoin mining.
Mm.
Want to know more? Scan the QR code.
Mm.
And then they come into this semi inner circle. It's going to be like they scan the QR code. They come to this website with a video of me explaining this is the company, this is the technology, this is what you buy, this is what you get for having passive income.
Yeah.
After they buy the technology or the product, then they get invited to the next level to have like a little bit more of information about my life, uh, how about like me in general, and just stuff like that in like general crypto information. Because I'm not going to acquire a subscription of people to like, hey, you got to pay me like so and so a month. It's
Mm.
going to be like, hey, you got to buy this product because the marketing of the company gives me a little percentage of what they also mine. So I don't need a physical subscription a month from them. I just need them to buy the product just for them to join my community.
Mm. Is it your community,
And
or is it like
it's gonna
part of
it's
the?
going it's going it's going to be my
Yeah.
community.
Yeah.
Like I want to have a community of it because
Yeah.
I feel like I'm a person that is uh born to share myself, but not to everybody.
Mm.
Because I've heard a lot of people over the years like, oh, you're too much, you're sharing too much, you're doing too much. And it's gonna be like, all right, I'll just have that community. But that's the thing is good thing about having a three-part system is about the first one, Hailcrypt, is very cryptic. Scan the QR code, see the video, join up, buy the product, then you get invited to layer two. Like you
Mm.
have your FMLs 1, 2, and 3. I'm gonna have like Hailcrypt 1, 2, and 3.
Mm. Yeah.
So then you're on level 2, right? Then you get to see how I did things, what I've learned, blah, blah, blah.
Mm.
And for those people who want to be a little bit more serious, like having daily conversations, meeting up, just being on the same level, they will get invited to my private, like Snapchat, private messenger, private everything.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's my goal. Just keeping the people that I want to have in my life on my first line, the other people on my second line, and then the third line.
yeah. I like it. It makes things simpler.
It does.
Mm.
Ugh. What about you? What have you been experiencing lately? I heard you talking about being getting some offices and
Yeah.
like-minded people.
Yeah, I found a community called the Nod.
Yeah, we've been talking about the nod.
Yeah. And it's just a guy, mainly, one guy that had an idea that he wanted to, well, create a community. And he had an idea that was so big that most people didn't really see it as a possibility, but
Hmm.
he said that it takes the same amount of effort to do this than it does to do this and this, and the bigger you go, the bigger problem you solve, the more of a result is going to come from that. And I resonate 100%. So as I was standing there, I just took his hand and I said, "Hey, I've heard a lot about you. Finally we meet," like coincidentally, because he wasn't supposed to be there. But he
Oh,
was.
really?
Yeah. But he started to talk, and there's something to be said about just being in a conversation with someone and you're agreeing, so you don't say a lot, you just nod in validation, like, yeah, I see what you mean, right?
Hmm.
And that just prompts him to go deeper, to see, okay, nice, do you see this, do you see that? And the further he went, the more connected we became, the more I saw that, oh yeah, this is a guy that sees things as I do. And
Hmm.
we headed into the club. After that, we didn't talk much business at all because the guy I was with, the wizard, he was there to kind of get his reps in. So it was a fascinating fucking experience because some people go to the club, some people go to the gym. He went to the club to meditate and channel while he was following the beat in a very physically intensive way. So it was fascinating. And everyone was just standing there in their space. They were standing inside of theirs. Everyone also had their own norm and guidelines and framework they followed when they were navigating these piles of people just standing there in this tiny room. It was fucking fascinating. But
Hmm.
the wizard is going to India, so he's gonna visit with the guru or something. And he said that, well, I'm there. I'm you free to have my house, and I'm gonna leave my access key to my office at the Nod. And you need to go down there and mingle because you have to talk to him, right? Because he was there
Oh.
as we talked the first time. He was like, "All right, yeah, that sounds fucking amazing." That the Nod is hidden up in Oslo. I don't really know where things are placed, but I was doing a tram trip, I guess, with Monili I am, who also lives up there, and we were just sitting on the train, going past these buildings, and there was one building that just stood out, and it looked like it was abandoned. And I felt like that's an interesting place. And lo and behold, the wizard gave me the address to the place, and it was there. It was in the same street that this 4,500 square meter office complex with creators and quote unquote hippies and spiritual people hang out to co-create a future. And I was like, what the fuck?
Really?
That's cool. Yeah. So that's how far I've come so far. I need to get back to Oslo and get back into the office. But right now I'm here in Lyngdal because I need to feed some cats, and it kind of bothers me that that is not something that other
Hmm.
people could just take responsibility of,
Oh, yeah.
Because it's like you have millions and resources and communities and plans and manifestations and all the rest of my life, everything that I'm gonna do right now is in one end of the scale, and the two cats are in the others. It's intense.
Yeah, that sounds like a nice experience up there in Oslo.
Yeah, that was just one of the days. I was in Oslo from Saturday to Wednesday, and fuck. timelines and lifetimes happened. Yeah, it was an interesting trip. And that's why I have recorded everything. So I came back to the office here now on the mountain just to go through the footage and just to see exactly what happened. Because between the different events, I've made it a habit to just take a little space, go back, retreat, and talk to the camera for 10 minutes just to get a little update of exactly where I'm at right now in terms of what the plan is, and then continue to do that until the adventure is done and there's a full on recap to see what actually happened.
Yeah.
There's just a lot of things that happened. Yeah, and the DMT is just a part of it. That's the that's the intense part.
I reckon.
Yeah, but everything is according to plan. Now there is a place where people can come, and I'm not sure if this is going to be for the first run, but after a while, there's going to be chocolates with caramel and Liberty caps in them. It's just going to provide the
Oh,
best fucking journey and peak and just full on journey. Like it's masterful. I'm impressed. It's good.
huh.
Yeah. Amanita tinctures, like Amanita tea before you go to bed, or
Oh yeah.
kratom. It's um it's a natural herb that just calms the nervous system. And
Huh.
with Monali with Monali I saw things that I wasn't really prepared for because she hasn't been there yet. She was just, tagging along as a co-traveler, and she was talking to the witch, and she was given kratom and a tea, and she was kind of surprised by how much she gained in health benefits from this, just in how she felt and everything. Kind of turned her
Yeah,
life around because she
just
was,
natural medicine, you know.
yeah, and she was currently considering to move out of the city for the first time. Like, she really loves the city, and she didn't think she was gonna move. We had talked about this throughout the day, but after the witch's cabin visit, she considered to move into the forest because there was clearly a experience that she hadn't had in the city yet. Now that she had that, she had to kind of take that into consideration. And now I think she's in Fredrikstad on an adventure that she wasn't intending. So it just naturally plays out.
That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah. DMT for retinal correction as well. For people with glasses, it seems like you can use DMT and the, let's say, natural occurring geometry to train your eyes in a better, more internal way. It's like going to the gym, but it focuses the eyes.
It is.
I didn't consider that as well before.
And by the way, Tor, I am still working on and building and promising the Legacy Forge's Bitcoin mining future.
Oh, thank you
It
so much.
it is happening.
That too. Like, then I can also do in my marketing on the van, like, powered by Hellcrypt in certain areas. Like, that's
Oh
gonna
yeah.
be, yeah, just another reach out to get to know more.
I'm thinking about it is going to happen in the next couple of days. Your Bitcoin mining Legacy Forge will be open,
Oh, I appreciate
and
that, brother.
we'll share the passwords, and I'll just keep on building and making sure that we get to where we want to go.
Yeah. And speaking of that, then I'm gonna pick you up on my way back east so I can so you can join me on the trip to the witch.
Oh yeah, of
Yeah.
course.
And also we have to talk about your friend and the bus and everything that we can, because that is going to blow a lot of people's minds. Just that bus going around as a cafe or like a meeting place with fucking beds and chairs, that is a game changer that is so fucking valued, or not undervalued, underestimated. That is
Hmm.
crazy. Just fuck.
Do you have a driver's license for
I'm
trucks?
gonna get that. Like, this is for the first time in my life. I'm actually considering prioritizing getting that license because it's going to change so many things.
Yeah.
That's I'm going to. I'm going to write a proposal for the well, and then I'm going to go down to the government and I'm going to write a bill with a fork, and then see where this leads.
To write a bill, actually.
Yeah, I'm going to write a bill to the government because now we have so much, and I've seen so many patterns, and I've been in so many systems, and everything is kind of aligning in the right way. Because all this was also a result of systemic failure. So the things that we do, it's not just for the experience or the freedom that one can obtain, but it's also for the people who are neglected by the system and who are
Oh yeah.
fatally wounded by systemic failure. And the stories and the people and all the things that is happening on that front as well is going to directly impact how we can offer a solution to the systems. So now it's like just I'm having the meetings more or less with everyone on every level, be that a politician or a fucking caseworker on NOV, like everywhere. Such an interesting time to be alive, to be honest.
Oh yeah.
And we haven't even touched on the Viking things and the Norse things. Like right now, I was thinking, because I tried this yesterday, to have a podcast studio in the well. Because I had a conversation with a person who took the vaccine and he was paralyzed and had a stroke. And he found his way
Really?
out and symmetrized his face with psychedelics. So it's like the stories needs to get out.
The stories definitely has to get out.
Yeah.
There's so many people out there that are alive today because of psychedelics
Yeah.
that they cannot share themselves
Yep.
because it's too much taboo around the subject because they like, oh, psychedelics gonna melt your brain, blah blah blah, because of Nixon and the fear mongering from the 70s.
Yeah.
Like, you see like I ask people, like, what about the hippies? They took LSD.
Yeah.
What did the hippies do? They did nothing.
Yeah.
They were just sitting there peacefully objecting what was going on.
Yeah.
They were playing guitars, they were smoking weed, they were taking LSD and just sitting in the park like, hey man, like, let's be friends, let's not make war, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And just after the prohibition period and all the fear mongering, everything is just like, no, 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 we don't do that. But that's the thing about what I like about the science right now. When you say like Imperial College London saying that, hey, 7 out of 10 heavily depressed people went into remission after the first treatment.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah.
That's really insane. And when I talk to people about the science, they're like, wow, that sounds kind of cool. Because, alcohol and tobacco that are the most harmful for yourself on a world basis, they are illegal. But drugs, that even heroin and amphetamines are, not to like save other drugs, but alcohol beats heroin and amphetamines and everything in danger, or like
Yeah.
what's harmful for you.
Yeah. Both internally and externally, in terms of
Yes,
what you do on alcohol.
alcohol is the worst drug, and
Mm.
it's legal.
Mm. Monopolized. Like it's
Legal and monopolized.
yeah. People don't see it. Like that's what really gets to me. Like how is it so?
I sat on the bus the other day. I went down to downtown to meet up some friends, just taking a couple of beers. And I took the bus downtown, and I smelled a resilient smell, a good smell, a fantastic smell.
Mm.
And the other guys in the bus was like, "Oh, who smoked that? What losers? Ha ha,
Oh
mother!"
wow.
Like, yeah, they were really like, "Oh, what the kind of losers that do this and do that?" And I'm thinking, you are programmed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Your mind is not free.
100%.
That's insane.
It's sad.
That is also one of the reasons that I want to go a little bit more private than I am right now, because then I can say whatever I want. And
But why can't you say whatever you want right now? Is it because of the job?
yes,
Yeah. Yeah. That's where I'm coming in with a fucking vengeance, because that's a fucking pity. Think about it. The reason I
I
had
know, I know.
Yeah, yesterday I talked to the patient, and I talked to a lot of people who have issues and consequences. But the people who see the same and are in the workforce of it are hogtied to share the truth. That is intense. Like, for instance, were you told that you could lose your job if you didn't take the jab when the vaccine came out?
No,
Okay, my dad was. He was basically forced into it, and that is sad. It breaks my
that is
heart.
sad.
So that's something that I also think is going to evolve, because what I've seen in you specifically is that you are free spoken. Like, you have thoughts and constructive things that people can think about to break free. And I think that the acceptance of this whole way of speaking the truth is getting to a point where people are actually starting to listen. I think that you're going
Yeah,
to evolve
because
into a
I
voice into the
like
field.
like like you say, I'm free. I got a free thinking mind. I
Mm,
I question things. People always call me a conspiracy theorist, but the fun thing right now is everybody come back right now and say like, "Hey, you were talking the truth. Do you have some more?"
yeah.
You know, like even the U.S. Senate, like senators, been saying to Pash Patel, the guy who wants to run FBI under Trump. Even the senators said like they called you a conspiracy theorist. Yes, they did. Well, it turns out the conspiracy was right.
Mm,
The conspiracies is up 37 to nothing. We need to find more conspiracies. And that's what I think about just being alive. It's just like seeing behind the facade, just seeing the fault, seeing the truth, you know,
yeah.
just being awake. And being awake is not with the narrative that the world elite wants you to be in. They want you to be sucked in the matrix. They want you to be all alone. They want you to be under their beliefs. Just buy more, and produce more. You know?
Yeah.
That's why I want to get out of the system. I want to be more anonymous. I want to be just, yeah, finally being able to open my mind without having the fear about not having a job to go to, or not having the income, or not, yeah.
Yeah. It's the fear.
People like, yes, it's fear, and people are just blind and just like I just said it, like seen some videos and listening to the text of the other day, like from Pink Floyd. We don't need no education.
Mm,
Well, we need education, but not in the way that it is right now. Like they say like you gotta uh, you get this poem and they say like, hey, you gotta find out what about this poem is, blah blah blah. I don't need to find that out. I need to find out real things. I need to find out how life works, how taxes work, how like educate us what we need to know about fermentation, about plant life, about what's good for us, not about the false narratives.
agreed. But for that, people need to speak up. And that's where the paradox comes in. Because let's say you, who has an authoritative and experienced voice on the matter, people see a brand and they will trust that less than they will trust the human who has gone through the experience, he's talking about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the paradox, because and it's genius. The system is genius because it literally puts us in the situation where we have to make those calls, be punished by the system that is supposed to help us by being true about how we're experiencing things, or be completely left behind by the system. That's like, it's intense because people have lost their fucking kids just because they said what they saw, what they observed, what they experienced. Ask for help and they got punished for it.
That is so sick.
Yeah, yeah. But I think that's things are happening because of all of what we have talked about in crypto and everything of the future, and everything is going to impact everyone on all levels because it's happening.
It's going to be life changing when people finally wake up.
Hmm.
Like I saw a video the other day, like in the US back in 2011, it was three main sources of information. Now and then they were like, oh, it's never gonna be more than us. We are going to rule the world. We are going to dominate the information, you know?
Yeah,
They did not think about the future Joe Rogan. They
yeah,
did not think about future us
yeah.
and having hundreds of newsletters or news stations.
Yeah. The
And
connectivity of the
they
internet.
they are so afraid right now. You've seen the clip where like several tens of hundreds of news stations saying the same.
Hmm.
You know, like
Yeah,
that is insane. And they say like, uh, it, it's too much, you know. And now people are using TikTok and Instagram to get their information, and people are gonna finally wake up and have a revolution. That's when I think about the Web3 and crypto. That's like people are gonna finally wake up and see, hey, we can do this decentralized. We don't have to do this by your rules. You've been fooling us around.
yeah. So funded by Bitcoin is actually quite a statement that also attracts people that wants to hide that fact.
Yeah, and the cool thing about it is when people are gonna question me when they see it on my call, like funded by Bitcoin, and they're like, how can you fund a coin of Bitcoin? Well, like I said, like, all right, I got passive Incoin and Bitcoin that I transferred to a card and start using my everyday expenses on.
Yeah.
And those everyday expenses I have calculated is going to be equal to what I use per month on down payment on the car. That means I have more money in my bank account from my work money to use on savings or to down payment more on loans. You know, instead of
Mm.
paying the down payment on the car on my worked up earned money, I use my Bitcoin money to pay for my expenses.
Yeah.
Therefore, the car is financed by Bitcoin.
Yeah. But do you think that you'd be an easier target for those people who wants to actually target you for that fact? Or do you
If
think
they
we're
want to target me, they can target me. Like I say to everybody that I talk about, this is not financial advice.
yeah,
It's the first thing I say. I am not a financial advisor, but this is what I believe in.
yeah,
Then they can target me as much as they want, and people are probably going to try and be um, impersonating me.
yeah,
But that's the thing. That's a good thing about helcrypt.no. It's like it's helcrypt.no. If you want the official information, you go there. If you want to contact me, it's helcrypt, not helcrypt with an underscore, not helcrypt, hel.crypt. Everything is the same.
yeah.
I will never, ever, ever ask about your personal information. You know?
Nice. Yeah.
So People can target me as much as they want, and I think that if they target me, the bottom line is that they are jealous. They are jealous because they want the same lifestyle and same life as I have, but they are stuck in the system.
Yeah.
And that's what you see every time. People get jealous, people say bad things, people do bad things. But instead of being jealous, why, like, hey, I see that you have a great life. I see that you have passive income. I see you have this. I see you have that. Can you tell me a little bit more about it? Of course. Yeah. But of course, I think there probably are going to be scammers. They want to try to, like, get the weak ones, like, hey, if you send me $1,000 to this, I'll fix it for you. It's gonna be no. I'll All right. You transferred $1,000 or bought $1,000 of that. All right. I'll help you figure out where you gotta send it. It's never gonna be like send it to me.
Mm.
You know. I just want everything to be professional. I want it to be safe. I want it to be secure. I want it to be reliable.
Let's talk about that because, in terms of receiving Bitcoin for your value and what you do, right? That's also a possibility
Hmm.
today. Um, how when you see a crypto um, wallet code or wallet address,
Hmm.
do you trust that more than you would trust a normal domain before?
No, I need to always double check.
Yeah,
Always like, hey, send to this. Like if it's if you sent me an address, I would trust it.
yeah.
Like people that I do trust, I can trust.
Mm.
But if I got a DM like, hey,
Mm.
blah blah blah, this, then it's not good. And it's like you got a lot of like scams going on, like, hey, how long you been in that and that? Oh, blah blah blah, and try to like figure shit out, and then like try to send you a link or something. That is just that's no, never happened.
Maybe they're an African prince as well.
Yeah, maybe. But the African princes, they have succeeded. They will have kudos for that. They did succeed scamming people, not encouraging scamming, but they did it,
Yeah,
or they have done it.
yeah. They were creative.
Yes, they were.
I'm trying to share this space on Snapchat. I'm not really good with that.
Oh,
This is also a new era because TikTok, Twitter, or X, and all these things are literal cash flow machines if used correctly. And that's what I'm trying to figure out. What is possible? You know,
oh yeah.
Snapchat and links. That is always interesting. There we go.
Yeah, I talked to my friend the other day, which one, and he said
Mm.
like, well, that week he is going to be all home alone and
Nice.
everything like that, and I'm thinking about coming up that week, and that's why. And he thought like, hey, what about tour? Hey, do you know he comes up and like, I'll keep a little cryptic, and
Mm-hmm.
just send him a message.
Oh yeah. I've been thinking about the design, like the both the visual design and the actual experience of receiving the invitation.
Hmm.
I wanted to, after a while, and this is going to be interesting or simple, but for those people who wants to go to FML Beyond One, maybe they add their addresses, starting with social media and all that stuff. But then maybe at some point the actual physical home address, so they receive this fancy letter with a the full, the wax seal and all the things, just to make it really. Finally, I got a letter that was fun to receive in the mailbox.
Oh yeah.
With a little card that has their name embossed in it with a coordinate address like that. I think is going, and a QR code, because the QR code will always have that next step. If it's hard to just find it from the coordinates, there's always going to be
But
small
what about
tidbits.
having a QR code that leads to a simple like event site where
Yeah,
have a list of the events,
yeah,
instead of changing the QR code every time,
exactly.
just
Yeah,
have one QR code, just like tour dates, musical tour dates. This date, sign up.
did you get the Spark key?
I don't know.
If you didn't, then you're going to get it when I come back home or come back up, because we have that. The whole um, the first hub on the web, but it's to make the physical adventure more enjoyable, so that you know that, oh right, when I get home, when I get to that place, I'm gonna look for this reference image, for instance, this building, this this scent, this experience, this sound. It's like, have you ever followed the flow? Have you followed the human energy flow of a city?
I don't know.
That's
I've
fucking
done. I'm
intense.
I'm I'm like an um, idealistic person. I do whatever I want.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever followed a city.
Oh, that's interesting. It's fucking. It's. I've never considered it. It's like ocean currents, and it's so fascinating. And it brings you to places, places where you wouldn't normally go. But the interesting and paradoxical fact is that most of the people you're following are face down in the screen. They're not taking in what's happening on the flow. You're just
I
sitting
saw
there.
that in Bangkok.
Yeah,
Everybody was like on like the subway and everything or whatever SkyTrain. They were on the phones every
yeah,
time.
yeah. I can't imagine in Bangkok. That's gonna be next level. Like I'm referring to Oslo, Norway, and that fuck. Yeah, I can imagine.
I just like after I was 5 night 4 days or 5 days 4 nights in Bangkok.
Mm,
And the last day I had to before my flight went home, I had to have a hotel room that was not with the event, so I got that one. And just finally having the last day off, just exploring, just seeing everything is just like, wow.
mm.
It's so big, it's so massive.
That's
And
what she said.
like, yeah. And like I said to you earlier, when people will finally find out, like, hey, I can play games on my phone with crypto on the blockchain. I can risk $10, but when you lose, you don't lose. You still win 3%.
Mm,
It's like, hey, I bet $100 and I get $3 back anyway. It's like when people find that out, it's gonna be massive.
yeah,
It's gonna be a life changer for a lot of people, especially in Asian countries where you see like they saw some like showed some videos of people earning so and so much money with regular jobs instead of like being in crypto mining and stuff like that. You saw them like without helmets, without air protection, without everything, just air hammers in the streets and everything. And I thought to myself, damn, that's harsh. And the other day I saw that in person, just seeing the poverty, just seeing how they use young people in the middle of the streets with jackhammers without air protection, ear protection, eye protection, or nothing. It just hit me. It's like, dude, we got to turn around.
agreed. It hits different when you feel it on the body, when you see
And
it.
also, when I was on the last day, the hotel, the guy who fixed me with the hotel, he got some good deals in Bangkok, so he said like, "Oh, you're gonna like it there," because he was German, you know.
Mm.
And he booked me a hotel in the red light district of Bangkok, where all the go-go bars, prostitution, everything. He said he was like, "Oh, you're gonna like it there because you're single."
Oh, I
and
see.
I've never been so afraid in my life. It was so crazy. Like I, uh, I just cannot like describe it. There was prostitutes on every scooter that was parked, on every
Wow.
corner, every lamppost. They were like 50, 60, 70 years old, begging for money to buy shit, having their daughter or their granddaughter on their like an year or two age old on their chest
Shit.
in the middle of the street at like 10, 11 p.m. at night when the full party is on. It was just, and yeah, I'm out of words about how some kind of cultures and things are. And then I watched Hangover 2 on the flight way from back from Bangkok, because Hangover 2 is about being in Bangkok. And some references saying like Bangkok has him now, he's lost in Bangkok. I do actually know what that means.
Mm. Hmm.
That was insane. I do not scare easily, but I got scared.
Yeah, I can imagine. That's something that I have to experience.
You had to experience it, but I would not recommend
Yeah.
it. But I do recommend it anyway, you know.
Yeah. 100%. Wow. It's a different reality.
It is a really different reality. It's yeah.
Hmm.
The cool thing is about when I went there, I said to myself, I'm gonna buy some suits, and I bought three tailored suits in cashmere wool,
Damn.
and two linen pants, a blazer, and four shirts.
Yeah.
So I said to myself, I'm gonna invest in myself. So if I'm gonna have some conferences and then something else in the future, I have tailored suits, not just like go to the store and get a suit, you know.
How much did that set you back? How much did the suit cost in Thailand?
For three full suits, that's pants, jackets, and vests, two linen pants, and four shirts. The shirts and suits were in cashmere. The other two pants were in linen. I paid uh, around 35,000 Norwegian kroners.
Holy shit. Damn, bro.
That is cheap
Yeah, but still.
for tailored suits.
Mm.
They took every of my measurements and they say like, "Hey, you gotta come back tomorrow and test these and do these, and we can do final measurements."
Yeah.
Everything was just perfect. And then I thought that it was going to be a little bit more cheaper, but I've said to myself, if I want to do this, I want to do this. So I went to like one of the top notches in Bangkok of doing this. Like they are top notch,
Yeah.
but still 35,000 Norwegian for all of that, handmade and tailored. It's so cheap. I could have gotten it for like one third of the price, of course, but you pay for what you get.
Yeah. Agreed.
And they've been like, hey, um, if you experience some, if they don't fit right, blah blah blah, send us pictures with measurements, and we can make you some new ones to send you in the mail. You know,
Mm.
that's a good thing there. So you know that Your order has been saved, all your colors been saved, everything is just, hey, I want a new one, can you send it? They'll do it.
Anything is possible with money these days.
It is.
Mm,
And I also
anything.
said to the tailor, it was for reference sake, it was at Peninsula Tailors at Sukhumvit, Bangkok, Thailand.
Damn, that's
And
a tongue twister.
and Alex was a guy who took care of me. And
Mm,
I also told him like when the day you hear about Bitcoin in the mainstream media, you give me a call. I was open to him like, hey, Bitcoin is financing everything of this, blah 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 blah. He was like, yeah, he heard of Bitcoin, and I was like, yeah, but when you hear it in the mainstream media, think about me and call me.
mm,
You know that's my goal about Hail Crypt is going to be like on like personal level right now. I'm reaching out to people like, hey, I'm doing this,
yeah.
and then they're gonna be like, oh, I'm skeptic, blah blah blah. I don't believe in it, and then I will be like, hey, when you hear it in the mainstream media, when you hear it on your platform, give me a call. It's
Yeah.
never too late, you know.
Yeah. I have an idea that could be a good marketing campaign that is kind of just by
Okay.
in everyday life. We're gonna have to talk about that at fire though. Some
Oh yeah.
conversations are only by fire. Yeah.
Oh, of course.
Hmm.
But yeah, Sunday. If you come on Sunday, that will be perfect.
What if I invite you on someplace on Sunday?
That would also be
Oh,
perfect.
perfect.
Because I'm not going to work until Monday morning.
Yeah. Awesome. Do we have a time frame to stick to on Sunday?
No, as long as I'm sober, I
Yeah.
am good.
How far into the
Oh,
Saturday night?
I wouldn't be too like Saturday night. Yeah, probably.
All right. I'm gonna keep it in mind, and I'm
Hopefully,
gonna try to align things the best possible way. Yeah, make it an experience. You know.
of course.
Thank you, my man. I think I will log off the live stream and Xspace and consider this a very fucking fantastic first try of something that we can try to do. Because
Of
now,
course.
imagine this is also something that is. How was the experience of you talking here in this space, by the way?
It was good. I felt like I am always not to like sound like a narcissist. I'm not a narcissist, but it's like being to talk about what I feel
Yeah.
is a good thing.
Nice. Thank you for that. That was actually a bonus on top of what I was wondering. Because technologically, you speaking into the phone right now, does it feel like you are that like it's hard or is it just frictionless? Because
It's frictionless because I'm in the right space.
yeah, yeah, and that's I think I'm gonna try to bring the X space more into the everyday adventure and just make that a habit because with X2 as a monetary income, we can basically prove the point by doing it and saying that we are financing our lifestyles based on this technology. We're doing it right now on the technology you're listening to, and it's just duh, why? Why are you not doing it?
Yeah,
So then I'm gonna consider everything that has to be considered now for the next bonfire. I will meet you then between Saturday night and Monday morning, probably on Sunday on Epic Place, and we'll have a good chat. And then
we'll
who
have a good
knows?
chat, my friend.
Yes. Thank you for being part of the adventure.
No problem. Always, dude.
Yeah. We're heading into a future epic reality. So I look forward to having more conversations about this as we go in.
Of course.
All right.
I'll see you later.
See you later. Bye. That's cool. That is cool. We now have. I'm going to post that actually. go. X is an interesting world. It really is. I've learned a lot of things lately in terms of how that technology, just in general, is going to be changing the perspective of how people see it, I guess. More on that as it goes, I guess, because I'm trying to post in a way on X that I'm sensing into, if that makes sense. But now that we have gone through some things, maybe I was thinking I'll just go off, stop the stream, but I won't. I will actually go in and do what I was intending to do, which was reviewing the footage, because I have to do that anyways. So why not just do that in silence with you here? And then I have the full recording on YouTube, which is going to be a very big time saver. Let's do this maybe. And then I'm gonna shut up, and then we can just listen to past me trying to explain what is going on. I just lost a SIM card again. As I was saying, I'm in Oslo because I'm dropping off my girls at the airport because they're going to Chile on a vacation. So I'm heading back to the south pretty soon, and because of that I have to just maximize the time I have in Oslo. Saw the wizard and he took me to this place called Colonel Mustard. It's an experience just walking in because I'm jumping ahead of myself. My girls are at home sleeping, I hope, because they have a very long journey tomorrow. And I don't. So I can maximize time and then just have a bus, sleep on the bus, or do a mini meditation. But as they went to bed, we went to the city to meet a few people. A few interesting people that I've heard a lot about. I met them. And the feeling is checked out, because I had a feeling of something beyond what I could really perceive, and it turns out it was a person. And when he spoke, it was like hearing my own thoughts, and then just me staying there silent. It was like, damn, this is a first, And that makes me excited because we have a lot to talk about. We have a lot of things to share. I'm currently trying to keep my body from shivering because it's kind of cold. But we're there. Now that I've met them, we can start having more plans, do more things towards that end, because, well, it's needed. And it's happening. And it's what we've been talking about all the time. It's just that now the people who have been doing it are meeting. The nodes are connecting. And that is intense. So that's kind of my update now. I'm currently in the middle of it. Colonel Mustard. You go into this cafe, and it's like a restaurant with music and board games. And then as you go down, after you've crossed this room, you go down a staircase, and there's sound that kind of blocks off in the middle of it, a different kind of music. And then as you come all the way down, there's a completely different kind of music, because in the basement there's a freaking club with rave parties going on. I've never been to a rave. It was hot and a lot of thumping. Like, it was overwhelming. I had to go out here and just get some air. I'm going to head back in if he doesn't come out before that. But this is definitely a new perspective on so many levels. It's changed my mind on many things. Just navigating the city is different, because you have to go into this meditative state, and it's something I'm gonna think about a lot more, because it was a completely new sensation. And then we had to talk about it, and it was just confirmed what I felt. And the topics we had of conversation on the train over, they were about energy, activating energy, him acting from an inspired state and sharing ideas and slots for wandering merchants and NFT connected things in the different cafes and the fireplaces around, all that stuff. He was inspired as fuck, and it's like, I talked to the Vibe Store in Tabby about this a few days ago. It's like I'm sitting there silent and the thoughts I have is just streaming out of another person's face. It's interesting, to say the least, and it's only in the frequency, basically, because it feels like it's only one person at a time, you know, if that makes sense. So I tried, when we came over here to Colonel Mustard, there was a group of people. I couldn't focus, I couldn't greet. I kind of went on autopilot when I greeted people, and he was uncomfortable. It looked like there was an energy there. I don't know what that was, but as we kind of moved over the people, I had no idea who I was going to meet, so I just introduced myself to everyone, you know. I met the people that we came there for, and he started to talk, and it wasn't what he said, it was what I felt as he was saying it. So I just didn't speak, and lo and behold, not long after, he was talking about how when he goes to micro Burning Man, he goes for 7 days without speaking, and goes into this energetic awareness stage, and he's looking at me like, I think you are you know? So we were talking about things and topics came up, and he's just confirming everything in terms of how I see things as well, because it was, again, like my thoughts were coming out of another person's face. It's funny having those conversations where you're having one of those big conversations, but you're having it with no words. It's a weird sensation. And now I've seen it happen so many times in everyday situations every day. So there's something to it, especially with the setting and everything that is beyond this. Like the context of this whole thing is in itself, for me at least, kind of interesting. So I'll leave you with that, and I'll see you very soon. But keep me updated. And I found him. This is the wizard. Do you want to say hey? Hey. I will have a long conversation with him now. Then we'll see. I just lost a SIM card again. I'm gonna queue up the next video and see what happened after this. Alright, I think I tried to catch the experience of actually descending into the space. Oh, goddamn, that sucked. got trauma in me from that, because last time I sent them off in that direction, it was one of the worst times of my life. You just saw my face, or saw my daughter's face. Yeah, she was strong. Stronger than me, to be honest. Although I know that she broke down as soon as the doors closed. That was a bitch. We actually had to run and push way beyond what was necessary. Because it's Sunday, right? So there's not a lot of buses. Because of that, we had to go a long way, and suitcases was not intended for that use, and goddamn, it was like a marathon. 6 a.m. in the morning. It was heavy. Now that it's done, Violetta's gonna be okay. She always is. I'm gonna be okay, even though that hurt like a motherfucker. And now I am going to go and visit something called the Nod, which is going to be an adventure in itself. So I can just say that I look forward to it, and I don't know what can expect from this, because it's a long story. It's been a long night, the second of the second, and shit, there's been a lot of development. Oh, goddamn that. Fun fact, the witch's cabin is 1 hour and 11 minutes from train station in Oslo. It's a different vibe to be there at that morning, or at that hour of the day, because it's overwhelming when there's a lot of people in there. Capturing some B-roll footage for later. Here, me and Monali I am was walking around in Oslo.
Begynnelsen av 1900-tallet var jo fattig.
Ja.
Det var bare en håndfull mennesker som hadde rikdom. Ellers var det arbeidere, og det var fattig, og det var store familier, stor kulde. Hører du klokkeklokkene? Det er noe gærent. Den har ikke restfrekvens.
Ja, hørte ikke. Fascinerende.
Den har ikke restfrekvens. Den gjør meg sånn. Begynnelsen av
This is Oh Boy. Oh Boy is the faithful companion of an artist that lives in the forest. And he wrote a book. And he started that book by how he died. It's a long story, but I'm going to share a lot more about that as I'm getting to know them better. This is the meal that we were served as we visited them. It's a sourdough bread, and they're living very aligned with nature, to say the least. It was an amazing experience. I could tell you a lot of things right now. I could tell you the story of a Trans-Siberian train ride to Beijing for quitting smoking, the bicycle trip that killed me. These are not titles from my stories. They are others that I've heard.
Den er ikke fin. Det er de hornene jeg ville blåst etter hvert.
Ja, og det ikke dine selvfølgelig.
Jo.
Ja, ok. Du skal æres da.
Men jeg ser liksom, ser du drakten, ser jeg kjenner meg igjen, vet du, på styrten. Du ser drakten hans, kan du se for deg hvis man flår han, og så tar du bare klipper hull til armene, så har du vest? Det vil jeg gjøre med en sau. Tror du ikke det har vært kul vest, eller?
There is so much going on in this one picture that is overwhelming to me. This is one of those holy shit moments for me as I'm reviewing this, because at that point I still had the deck. I don't. At this point in time, I do not possess the deck of cards. It has been delivered to the witch in the well. Literally, there is a whole thing behind it. I think I can, to some degree, read the cards, though, even though I don't have the manual. Because it was interesting. Skadi, as you see up there. I don't know how familiar people here are with the cards and the spread and what they mean, but they're placed in 9 dimensions, and they are 9 aspects of human reality, basically. They symbolize the 9 realms of Yggdrasil, which is the life tree of Norse mythology. And every card has a different frequency in nature. You know, they are aspects of nature, and they have been personified through the goddesses and the deities and the characters of Norse mythology. Skadi, she's a giantess, and was the wife of Njord. Njord is the father of Frey and Freya, so it is arguably Skadi who is the mother of them. And she was married to Njord simply because she loved his feet. Which is interesting, but they weren't compatible. Skadi loved the mountains, Njord loved the ocean, and Skadi is goddess of Scandinavia. Another name for her is Skanda, which means that it's believed that Scandinavia has its name from Skadi. And that was an interesting fun fact for me when I learned that. Don't make a vest out of a sheep. Well, I have a lot of stories. There's a lot of context in that sentence that was so brought out of context. I can imagine that people had reactions. But in terms of the spread, Skadi lies in Asgard. Asgard is kind of the essence of the whole reading. And she is strong and takes opportunities, and there's a lot of things that just makes this an interesting card to have in that placement. And I went down to Hell, which is the bottom card on the center line, which was Jarl and Erna. Hell is the challenge, the obstacle, the main thing that is keeping you from the objective that you're seeking. And here it's Jarl and Erna. They are symbolic of just pure companionship and a very successful endeavor in partnership, be that in business, crafts, and journey and adventure and all of it. They are also believed to be the first humans and son and daughter of Heimdall. This card was interesting in Hell because the biggest challenge so far has been that companionship, the partnership in terms of business and what we're doing. So I was like, that checks out for me at least, because right now it's very, very relevant. And as I went into it, I want to sub to the Forge, but $22 is so much, so I'll stick to it. I appreciate all of it. Just you being here, Shady, like seriously. I love your presence. But let's go up to the second card. That was the, I think it's Alfheim. Alfheim is the world of the elves, and in this case, it also symbolizes the future, the steps ahead. And here you see Ymir. Ymir is a fascinating character because he's like a proto-giant before there was anything. Ymir is the thing that was before anything existed. He is the being that was before nothing. He is the first. He has no genders and he has all genders, too many to count. He had 2 legs that was horny, and one leg had sex with the other and they had children. He grew humans out of his armpits. And it is said that Vili, Odin, and Ve, the 3 brothers who killed Ymir to create the world you're currently in, made it out of his body, his dismembered freaking skull and shit. It's a fascinating tale. But in this case, he symbolized creation. The creation of things that were the first before creation was a thing. From Ginnungagap, creating from the void, creating something completely new. And here I am, coincidentally, at the biggest shift in my life and the new chapter and all that stuff. So it's kind of a huge blank canvas. And I see him there. I was like, yeah, fuck yeah. Good to see you here, Shady. The good to see you vibes are saying that is good to see, Shady. I love seeing those things. And then we go back into the subconscious. I'm not 100% sure where that is in terms of, maybe it's Svartalfheim. Might be. Mood makes sense. But here we have Hel. Hel is the mistress of the dead. She's the goddess of death. She rules the realm that was named after her. She is the hell of heaven and hell. In Norse mythology, hell has a very different meaning. It means also whole. Hel. It can also be argued that it means helling, to slanter something. There are many ways, many things that kind of ties into the story that brought Hel to reality, almost. But she's also the daughter of Loki. And long story short, she was brought in front of Odin. Odin said that, I think I'm going to just put you in charge of all the dead people. And then he did. And she came down to her realm and she went through and she said, I'm going to call my plate for hunger or famine. I'm going to call... She just went through and just called the things that is in her nature, Sutte död. So many things. Plague. But she is also a very righteous ruler. And she's a balance between the dead and the living. Her face is kind of split. She's living dead and she's a dead living. It's interesting to see how all these paradoxical concepts come into such a personal or characterized personification in Norse mythology. Fucking creative people. But she is that of the afterlife and balance and a force of nature. And to see her in the subconscious, where in hell, there's no time. There's no time, and everything is just lax. It's cold, and it's kind of shitty. But there's like no concept of anything that we know. It's just meh. And that has been kind of a subconscious thing for me. I have been feeling like I have been too late to something that I don't have to rush to. There are many interesting things that has happened. But let's go into the present, which is Midgard. In the Midgard, Amrun is lying. Now, Amrun, I didn't read a lot about these different characters that were outside of the main spectrum, but Amrun came up a few times, so I had to kind of read through her and see her story. I think she is kind of the thing. The rune elf is a way to say her name, if I am not mistaken. And rune, it's like the sound and the frequencies of the rune. So she has one specific rune too that she is symbolized with, and that rune has specific characteristics. And I don't really remember what that was, but she's known for the known unknown. She is the keeper of secrets. She knows a lot of shit. So she has the unknown truths of people going around trying to find the answer, right? It's like you know the answer, but it is unknown. But you know it is unknown, so it is okay. The unknown is kind of the whole purpose of it all. That's also, think about it, the adventure that I've been on, not just now, but every single adventure I've been on, it has that same essence. It is the known unknown. I'm going on an adventure. I know I'm just gonna head up to this destination. Everything that happens between that destination and the start of the journey is up to the universe to decide. So it's like, I know it's gonna work out, but it is unknown how. And it's a fascinating and liberating experience to be going through. But let's continue the spread, shall we? This is an interesting experience for me. I've never done this. I thought I needed the book. I've learned something about tarot as well. I'm going to go into that. But up into the left corner, we have Niflheim. I believe it's Niflheim. Niflheim is the land of ice. And in this case, it stands for the essence, the energy, the instinctive thinking of whatever is happening. And Sin is standing there. She's representing opportunity, and she's the guardian of the gates of Valhalla. She knows everyone who goes in and out of Valhalla, be that a deity, Odin, Frey, or any given person who fell in the battlefield. She knows everything that goes on in Valhalla. And it's interesting, given the full context of what we are doing. I actually pulled out something a few times this trip. Everyone needs an epic bag when you're on these adventures, and an epic bag has a lot of things. And in my bag, one of the things I hold is this. It is my passport cover. Valhalla, Hall of the Slain, with a Vavisa rune on it. So there's been a lot of things that symbolize Valhalla, and to see Sin standing in her place in the instinctive thinking and all that stuff, it's like having like Elon Musk. He wants to go to Mars. Anything that he does is aligned with that goal. So that's my Valhalla. Tabby is hanging here while I do some D&D work. Oh, that's beautiful. This is beautiful. I so appreciate you guys. From Niflheim, we go over to the Nope. We go over to Jotunheim, actually. The Jotunheim is the challenge. Not the challenge. Jotunheim is the acting. It's the thing that is happening, kind of, because hell is the challenge, but Jotunheim is more of the power of it. Brook, in this case, he's one of the guards, or the dwarves, that made the gods, the weapons of the gods, the gifts of the gods. Brook and Sindri are two dwarves living in Jotunheim. or not actually in Jotunheim. They live in the Dwarven Mountains. What would a dwarf do in Jotunheim? You know. But Brock and Sindri made the handle of the hammer, the spear, the ever-growing hair. No, that's not them. Yes, no, a pig, a glowing pig. They make a lot of magical stuff, but they symbolize that work begets work, the quality of the work, the honor of the craftsmanship, and the uniqueness of magic created. Like there's Brock and Sindri are the only people who can do what they do. There's nobody else. They also made the tether, the chain to the wolf Fenris. This is a very fascinating story. They used the roots of mountains and the beards of women and the saliva of birds and the sound of the footsteps of a cat and a whole bunch of things that if you don't find them in nature now, it's because they used all of it when they created that chain. Yeah. It's a fascinating story. But I smiled when I saw Brock in Jotunheim. And then I went down to Alfrun. That's actually, Amrun is not the elf rune. Alfrun is. And it says here, feminine intellect. He's placed in dwarf, Dvergheim. Dwarfheim. Dvergheim. How do you say that? I don't think you say that in English in any way. Dvergheim. And it symbolizes the business, the professional endeavors, the abundance and the creation and the creativity and all these things. And the feminine intellect. There is an energy there, you know? There's an energy in the space that is created by a feminine in her power. And the advice that comes in from the feminine intellect and balances out with the masculine. I don't know if I never use those terms, masculine and feminine and all that stuff, but the energy of it all, and in terms of what we're doing and in the runes and all that stuff, it's reassuring. It's magical. You know, it's kind of a magical thing to have in that spot. And just because of what happened the last week and what is happening now, and because of the whole context, I feel like, yeah, fuck yeah. I was just like nodding. But there's a whole story behind Alfrun that I don't really remember right now. But then we have the last one, and I never really considered this until I saw it right now, which is interesting. But Muspelheim is the last card, and the placement symbolizes the strength and the power, the catastrophic, paradoxical, fucking creational power of what is behind all this. It's like the drive, it's like the fuel. And here we have Nanna. Nanna is the wife of Balder. And I'm not sure if I can see loyalty. Let's see, I can't read the first word there, but she is the most loyal thing in creation, I think. She actually went with Balder through death because she couldn't part. She is always by the side of her partner, and there is no force that's going to be able to stop her, not even death. It's a very good story, and I feel like the loyalty and the power that comes from what we do now because we have remained such is one of the massive sources of fuel that is underlining all this. The sisterhood knows how to show up. Fuck, this is getting me all emotional, guys. Well done. Also, by the way, I have this image somewhere. Here we have some runes, of course, homemade by the witch. We have a little book here that is the magic book, and in there are a few things that were documented earlier on, where I was sitting on the cabin in the trees, and I got that book, and I started to jot down certain things with each experience, and there are like just 4 pages in there that has information on them, and it's extremely tied into all this that just came from that, where it tells a story that was channeled while doing a metaphysical trip. And it's interesting to see how that story, this image, is currently manifesting. Very much so. And that blows my mind a little bit. And let's see, there's the runes. I do like the runes. That is a cat that has the reverse pattern as Luna. It's like a white Luna with a little deity nail in her forehead. Like it looks like she has a reverse moon in crescent, I guess, in her forehead. It's a very interesting cat. Long story there too. There's a lot of kitties here in this journey, by the way. And it's one of 5, which I had a very close relationship with when I was up there. That's weird. I was told that the house over there with the lights on had no people in it. That the owner didn't know what to do with it. And that she was afraid that if the sons of the owner got it first, maybe they didn't want it. And so the house was lost. But the main thing was the house was uninhabited. So my mind, of course, immediately goes to the fact that when a house is uninhabited, sometimes there is no power active in the house. And if there is active power in the house, I guess it's not running, you know, lights wouldn't be on. And if lights wouldn't be on, like, I don't know. But if I didn't know any better, I would say that there are people there. It's doing a shit job, it's focusing, but I think you can see that I'm looking at something in that window. So I figured, now that this has officially turned into a ghost vlog, because I'm in that place, I'm in the ancient forest in Norway, on a borderline, in the borderlands almost. And I'm here on a mission, and that mission is to figure out what is there after death, kind of. So to share that news with other people who have not died yet, so that maybe they would be rejoiced to know that there's nothing to be afraid of, I guess. So it's kind of a quest to disprove fear, you know, because fear is running a lot of stuff. Fear is also limiting a lot of stuff, and that is unfortunate. So this is kind of a continuation to the video that I made last time I just walked into these woods, of which I do have a video, and where I was in a t-shirt, was still snow I think, and just reflecting on the different benefits that I've seen throughout this process. Because the process has been long, there's no doubt about that. Like, the process is your life. Life is up to you on how do you choose to live and all that stuff. So what did I say just then? Never mind. This time I'm going in and I'm documenting a different angle. See what I did there? Deadpool would be so proud. a different angle. And also I brought props. Last time I couldn't see shit. So, you know, this time one can actually be a part of it. So you can see what I see to some degree. And then you can see a little bit about things that are going on in a day in the life, you know, kind of. It's kind of hard to navigate that. Not sure how that is on camera, but I do really not like to have that light in my face when there's no need to. So I'm not going to do that now. But interesting about that electricity in the house. This time, let's just continue where we left off there. I haven't spoken a lot. I have been silent, as I tend to be. And I've just been listening and observing and thinking and integrating and traveling and meditating and feeling and observing and all that stuff. So now here I am to try to reflect to myself what I've seen this evening, or maybe I should even go as far as yesterday. See, this is the problem when I don't have a real program, I guess. I don't remind myself to make the videos. I just make the videos when it feels like it's important to make the video. And then sometimes, yeah, sure, it was a good timing for the video, but I was thinking about more that would help explain something to myself, you know, to articulate something that I was thinking about. And then reviewing that footage and remembering where I started the thought train when I started the video, and just seeing shit. Yeah, there it is. Now we can do a take one, you know? It's weird to talk like that, to be honest. But I have been thinking a lot more serious about certain things lately. Oh, there was a branch. So maybe this is a good place to actually put on the light. Even though it's so fucking bright. Let's see. These are our tracks from earlier today. This is the river. This is probably a good place to add some stock footage from the day, to be honest. Well, I just walk through here and try to survive. So, basically, I'm here at a location that is an elven school, a Norse mystery school of sorts, or a branch of one, whatever you want to call it. I've talked about it before, the witch's cabin, and I have had a journey, not just getting up here, but also having a journey and journeys, several journeys to be honest, while I've been here. Ooh. It's like it's almost like a spa for the mind, or the spirit, or whatever you want to call it. Sanctuary, you know? It's like back in the day, they had celebrations at Uppsala. These celebrations were sacred. That was the rite of passage to get there. I feel like, especially we Norwegians, we kind of forgot about all of that. Now it's about looking trendy while we test out the ski gear for a few days. We also talked about the wolf today. Wolf spirit, the energy, all that stuff. And also how things today just keep involving wolves, you know. My daughter talking about wolves. The moon
what she's experiencing. What she's experiencing is that primal energy. And I believe you can have that whenever, however old you are. You know? I don't know how that became for you, but now probably you can't see shit. And I don't think you could see a lot from before either, but the light is hurting my eyes. I am currently field testing a few things. I have with me a traveler as usual, but people might have noticed that there are different travelers each time. And each different traveler, god damn it, I thought I had it. I thought I could just traverse this as if I knew the place. I can't do that yet. But yeah, each person has a unique travel basically. There are certain mile points or chapters that we can reach, but at the same time, it's about knowing that each chapter has its own value. So it's like a whole on. Part of the whole, but also the whole itself. You know? Like the ocean and the wave. That's kind of cool. This is an elven forest, by the way. Maybe I should try something. Let's turn the camera. Hello. It is I from the forest in the west with a heathenous and blasphemous light in my face that I can't really, maybe like that. It is blinding me like crazy though, so I'm not gonna move. Have you tried the red lights? Those are freaking amazing. They have red light, so when you move through the forest, it doesn't like kill your eyesight like this is horrible. It's very soothing, and all of a sudden your eyes just tunes into it, and you see everything. It was a game changer. I'm gonna turn this off. And better. Just gonna have to put something else on my face. Maybe I should just make a voice note, to be honest. I've never done that before. That's going to save me a lot of storage, which is a really good thing. Just FYI. I have to find that voice note. Give me a little second while I'm just figuring out where I posted it. I tried something new as well while I had that. I didn't have internet, so I had to improvise. There we go. The weight of dreams and detours. No, that was not the one. I actually have to see if I have the voice note here, I just send that to the Discord. And then that can be easier to access. These are things I'm learning while I'm learning them. I found it. Now, share. Discord.
interesting that we're doing these things live, isn't it? I find it very interesting. Adventures. There. Then I'm going to just go into the adventure channel. I'm just going to play it from there. There it is. That was easy. Let's see how that looks. We can just have it on the... Actually, we can just have it like this and we can just play it off.
There we go. I should have had my horn now with the tufted share. Maybe I should share when I'm outside of the forest. Maybe that would be a good idea. Or maybe I should just take this time to get really nice and cozy and take this one step at a time. That's a good idea. Oh, there's no need to stress, you know? I'm going to try something. Put you in my pocket, but first I'm going to try to lock my screen while I'm recording. That worked, I think. I have to use the accessibility thingies because my phone has been through adventures. Those adventures has not been good for my phone. Right now I'm actually cut off from the world completely. I had the power of my phone because I charged it before I went out. As soon as the Wi-Fi disconnected from my phone did not have any service, no SIM, no internet, completely cut off. So all I can do is use it for a camera, you know, or a voice recorder. I'm gonna get one of those Heroes, you know, or Rode Go 2 or Go 3. You know why? You know why? This is my practical reason as to why I want one of those. First of all, you can connect it directly to your device. So maybe your phone, I don't know. Second of all, from what I hear, don't quote me on this because I have never tried it. If you have, let me know. That you can store audio files locally on the boxes that is recording the voice. You know? If they are really good and they're just picking up the speaker's voice, and one receiver can have 2 of those transmitters or receivers, transmitters, those mics, and you can have those clear audio tracks for each person's voice, that's just sexy, bro. That's just sexy. I've come to really appreciate those good quality sound bites way more. I'm not going to stand here for an hour. If you want a full hour of that, You're gonna have to pay me to do that. I do like our own stock footage though. Stock audio, stock pictures. Everything we take is from within what we do. In the adventures, from other people's adventures, around the world, from their places where they live. I am now balancing and teeter-totting on a very narrow edge that goes down to the river, so I just might have to focus. Maybe. But I can multitask, can't I? Perfect. Everything we do is directly from within. Almost like those by gamers, for gamers. This is for the game of life, you know? Something just dawned on me. I might be smoking, or I might be smoking a lot more when I'm focused. When I'm actively focusing on something. I just had to shimmer my way down a icy path, and to gain more focus, I just sucked the last few draws I had of the cigarette. It was like nothing. Some people would say that, oh, that's because you're so addicted. I think it's because nicotine helps you focus. But of course, with all the additives of the cigarettes in Norway, it's not healthy at all. So we've been exploring alternatives. There are a few, quite a few. There's one plant called Filtkongslis. I'm not sure what it's called in English, but it is a lamb's ear type looking leaf on a plant that grows over 2 years, I think. So it's bicentennial or bicentennial, or it grows over 2 years, I think. So the first year, this tuft of leaves pops up. It has the sensation of a lamb's ear, like fuzzy and cuddly and shit. Speaking of shit, you can actually use it to wipe your ass. It's also called nature's toilet paper. Although be aware that some itching may occur. Always referring to the shit, or reverting to the shit. It is the great equalizer. I'm not going to get into why life is anal right now, or how life can be so similar to the whole process of mutually understandable anal sex. I don't know how I can say that in a better word that it's going to sound like, oh yeah, that sounds smart. So I'm just going to say there are similarities between life and butt stuff. Well, that's interesting. I have a few people I want to talk to about that topic specifically. But let's not digress. Where was I? You can wipe your ass with it. With the leaf. Did you forget what we were talking about? Yeah, the lamb's ear. The next year, after it has formed this cabbage-looking, ground-dwelling, human industry polluting, loving place, like it looks like a cabbage, and it kind of feeds off our own humanity. Like it will grow in asphalty places and weird stuff. Not really asphalty, but human conditions, you know? It's weird. Think about it. But here too, it forms this stem. And you can have this stem be very helpful as a torch because it's so rigid. And you can also have oil made of the flowers of the stem, and it will create an ointment that's going to help for your ear infection or ear problems. It's fascinating what's in nature. And that's just one plant, you know, that's just the toilet paper of nature. So today I have had Amanita muscaria tea. Amanita muscaria is the fly agaric, the red fly mushroom. Fluesopp. Arguably, it is the inspiration to Christmas and everything. You know, the colors. Back in the day, reindeers were used to eat this mushroom and then pee out what they then could consider safe to consume in terms of Amanita muscaria tea. They actually used the reindeer as a distillery or as a filtration device, which is kind of fucking smart if you think about it. It's water solvable, I think. There are many ways to prepare this. And the masters who know, well, they prepare something magical every time. So I had a Amanita muscaria tincture and tea prepared and facilitated by a witch of the Norse, which is kind of cool if you think about it. There are many different natural products occurring in Norwegian forests and all over the world that hold certain properties that, if you know how to facilitate these, you can change your life. You can change your life. You can change many lives. It starts from within, and then you piss it out again, and then you have to start all over. I'm just kidding. We've been talking a lot about having, you know, everyday life being the process, everyday life being the testing ground, and the ego deaths, and all these different surrendering processes of old selves. That is kind of an everyday job. Like Jake Paul would say, it's every day, bro. But when it comes to certain dates and certain transitional periods and cycles in human development and just nature in general, we all know the seasons. When it comes to those, it's good to have a date to toss out the old bathwater, you know, to defragment the drive, as it were, to do the oil change, to wash that old football suit, to sharpen that sword. I think we could go on forever, but you know what I'm talking about. If I was given 6 hours to chop down a tree, I would spend 4 hours sharpening the axe. Presumably Abraham Lincoln said that. And I think winter is that period to do that. That's when we do the exalted hammer. That's when we push ourselves. That's when we actually scratch the last one, because it might feel like that, but it's the opposite. It's going within, you know. Right now I might sound like I'm completely contradicting that whole statement because I'm gasping for air, but I was not intending to go out this far. So there's that. There are so many tracks in the snow right now. Not sure if it was wolf. It might actually be a deer. I think a wolf would have a very much more distinct pattern to it. Speaking of the wolf, there was talks about the fact that there are people who hunt wolves here in this area. You know, we were talking about just mentalities, how some people see the world differently and they don't really account for nature being a part of them, or it's just that they have accepted their position as alpha predator, even though, let's be honest, there are many disadvantages towards the other party in terms of that. Hunters, I can't really get that to compute in my head. Like, why would you hunt a wolf? I resonate a lot with a wolf. That's me. Didn't always do that. Hold on, I think I'm standing currently right now. I think I'm standing with the record huge chaga mushroom. The only reason I know that is because I think we were standing in this very location when we were here last. It was said that this chaga was so big that she had to make several trips to get it all. And it was heavy when she carried it home. That's saying something, because that tree is huge. And I guess you're just gonna have to be here to see it, because right now my camera equipment is not gonna allow me to take a picture of that. Maybe I should talk a little bit about the adventure of the cult traveler, you know? Because this is, in many ways, this is a very good test to... It's not a test really, it's just a proof of concept for people who have seen it from afar. They haven't been able to experience it. That's kind of what this is. Now, we have done a few things. I started off by dropping off Michelle and my daughter as they were heading to Chile. That sparked some trauma in me, to be honest. Just seeing that train leave the station, literally. So it stirred up some emotions. I got a few reminders, emotional ones, which are the best ones, for motivation. I went straight to work. I went over to the other side of the welcome hall, I guess. 2 days prior, there had been a Disney on Ice kind of thing, or something Disney related happened in one of the concert halls. There were like people everywhere. Goddamn, Violetta was probably like just buzzing, because I know she felt that, and Michelle as well. But she has training. She came from Santiago, right? Now Violetta is getting the same training, coming back as a superhero Zen warrior who has traveled to South America twice before she's 7 or before she's 8. That's kind of cool. She's a traveler. She's an adventure. And my son Trim, I have no doubt that he will love the same thing as soon as we get the opportunity, you know. So that's what we're gonna do. That was not the point though. I dropped them off. I had the reaction. I took a picture of the welcome hall, and I called a friend of mine from Tribe, the one who made the necklace that many people have seen, the stones. So I got over to Burger King, not for their food, but to sit outside with this bench that had a phone charger. I get to charge my phone a little bit. My phone has been through a lot of challenges and adventures, so it is all battered up, and I have not prioritized a new phone. So right now it's kind of disconnecting from the SIM card. There's no internet. I can't call with it. It's kind of useless unless I'm on a Wi-Fi. So I was sitting there outside of this Burger King, and I was told from the Narvesen personnel that their Wi-Fi was shit because it was meshed, and the best quality was on Burger King for free Wi-Fi. So I was sitting there, and I'm texting tribe, specifically one tribe member, asking if she's awake. She is. Like 10 minutes afterwards, she's waking up, and the first thing she does, which is not a normal thing, is to check the phone. Lo and behold, there is a message from Tor asking, "Are you awake? I am in Oslo." You know? Now, she's also an adventurous kind, so she jumps out, she gets ready, she jumps on the train. Not long after, she is standing with me in Oslo S. We figured we're going to go to her place, where we talked for a long time. I had a little nap, and we got some good food. And that's how it is. And then we went out, and she showed me her city, which she loves, and she didn't want to leave because, well, she grew up in the city. And Oslo is magical. Like, to see it from different angles and different environments and different lifestyles and energies, it's magical. And I have only seen a fraction, you know. But she gives me the tour. I get a little touristy video of the city hall playing a song, which she said is not the right tune. It's off tune, which got me very interested. That's going to be fun to figure out more of, because we've been talking a bit about frequencies and music and runes and all these different things for a few days now as they're happening, which is really, really interesting. But she showed me that, and then we stopped at this diner that I had been at once before, where I tasted a freaking amazing reishi burger, like you have no idea, and sweet potato fries. Fucking hell, they're really good. Just take my word for it. If you don't believe me, then go try them yourself. It's Cultivate This. It's a good stop. So we stop there, we eat a little bit. I make some arrangements for the two divas in the south, which is Solo and Luna, the sun and the moon, or the two cats that are currently mommy-less because she's in Chile, you know, remember? So I have to take care of these cats, and I arrange for the utmost service to be provided, day and or morning and evening. Now I know that the cats has what they need, and they can provide or continue with their work as usual, and then I can see what they have been up to when I get home. So we figure we're going to do something that is not common, although it is. It's literally what we do every single time. The difference is the traveler, the mindset and statement, or mindset and awareness and preparedness of the traveler. So we decide to jump on a train and head to the witch in the ancient forests. You know, I've talked about this many times, of this cabin where magic is being remembered, and just, you know, everyday fucking magic. If you haven't had a day where you just reset with no real luxuries of the house, but you're facing nature, the elements of nature, and you're getting freaking amazing culinary experiences and tastes and stuff in terms of food, which is fucking good for you. Today I had sourdough bread with apple gel, cheese, and fresh cut homegrown, maybe not homegrown, maybe I added that, paprika or peppers. God damn. We were sharing a meal with an artist and a oh my god, what is it called? Yorba. It's a Sami dance style, like you're releasing the energy and the style of you, finding your inner primal energy. I think it's really interesting because we were sitting there having this amazing meal in this ancient cottage, Norwegian style. Just the energy is amazing, and the artist, my new friend Renee, I'm going to talk about him a lot because he has some paintings that the world needs to see if he permits me. If he permits me. Maybe I should ask him. Maybe that's just a more efficient way to do it. Just ask him, you know. But he has amazing paintings, and he has an amazing story of his life. So he wrote a book. We got into this because he said, he talked about his book. This was before I knew about the paintings. Okay, take that in mind. So he's saying that, yeah, I wrote a book and it was a really good process. Like, it really helped me, and I'm really glad that I did that. And I'm sitting there like, fuck yes, finally. Like, if people wrote down their story and passed it down, that would help a lot, to be honest. Like, just in a fucking pure way. Instead of some ghostwriter having to write about some successful billionaire, just imagine you writing down your story and pass it down. So he did that, and he said that it started on this day where I was riding a bike very early on. I'm leaving out so much context because he was painting the picture so beautifully, you know, being a painter and all, but you don't know that. You don't know that at this moment. So he's going to work as a bus driver in the morning. It's cold. It's January, February. This bike is fast, and he has a new record. It's going 55 kilometers per hour down the hill. And towards him comes a BMW who has a female driver currently on the phone with one headlight and a frosted window because she's late for work. She doesn't see Renee. And very shortly after, Renee sees her from a bird's eye perspective as she's looking at him up from the screen in her lap with terror in her eyes. He is not aware that he's about to hit this chin on this ski roof of this old BMW. And as his chin hits that ski box, he pivots and he bolts and he flies over in a marvelous loop. Or I can't really make fun of that. I don't want to paint the picture because already it's horrible. He's flying over the car. The next thing he sees is himself looking from himself from above. He's looking from the scene, or looking at the scene from outside of himself, and before he knows it, like, he's making out with the tree. One tree that was planted in 1952, I believe, was one of those rare ones, you know. All of a sudden he's kind of implanted in this tree after being hit by a car and then chinned by a ski box and then just pivoting through the air. I don't know what to call that movement that he probably did, but you can imagine. And then just plants himself in a tree. Now, he dies instantly, of course. Probably. We can only assume based on what he's writing in his book, which I strongly suggest we all get that book. I am definitely going to get it. So basically, the next thing he feels is this glass floor, like this surface that he's on. And it's cold. And it's weird, you know. I mean, he was just a tree hugger. And then he sees this woman. And he paints that woman. And that painting is just this haunting image of a beautiful woman in this completely black attire. It was breathtaking. And I was listening to this while eating this sourdough bread. God damn. Also, this is going to be... I'm not going to say that now. That's going to be a cliffhanger because, yeah, I'm going to get better at those. Shortly after that story, I also heard about how you can quit smoking by just taking a Trans-Siberian train ride to Beijing. Yeah. That story involved wheelchairs and love and frustration and heat waves. God damn, it had so much. There's a pro tip in there for those of you who likes to travel, by the way. Do not have your camera not insanely well protected if you care about it in the Mongolian desert, because it will work in the beginning, but then suddenly the dust will have reached every surface crack there is, and it will get into your camera and it will just make it clog, and you won't be able to use it because maybe it's just going to be broken, and that's going to be a shame. So I guess, because I haven't heard a good story or a good ending for this, but it should work to just really make sure that your travel gear for the camera is Mongolian sand protected, and probably protected against overheating, because there's like 50 degrees Celsius during the days, and that's kind of hot. So yeah, travel tips. For more, check out Relaxation Nation. I think I just heard a moose. After we had left Oslo, I was reminded why it is so important to pick the right travel partner. Because you need to know that they can hold their own, you know? You are shoulder to shoulder on this adventure. This adventure just happens to be something that is more epic during the everyday, but it is life, you know? How one responds to things and situations and stress and everything, energy. So as I was on the train, I was able to catch a nap. There is 1 hour and 11 minutes from Oslo S to where I was going with train, and I was catching a nap because I figured I feel relaxed enough to do so, and it worked. For the first time ever, I was able to sleep for a full hour. I think I could feel those snory moments as I dropped in from wherever I was traveling when I was sleeping. But I just got again reminded about what I need to do to my hood to make it travel friendly. I think we're gonna have to use some minor hydraulics for that one, but maybe not that wild. But we came to the destination, and here, as I mentioned, is my sanctuary. So I've been relaxing. I've been allowing things to settle down and just balance out. I've been observing. I've been talking very little, but I've been talking enough, I think, for the time being. We're gonna have a sit down where the setting is set for that intention, you know, and everything is as it should be, where people can communicate, collaborate, co-create. As we do in Epic, there has to be a understanding, and that understanding comes from experience, and that experience only comes from doing it. So that's why it's amazing to have a travel partner that can tag along as a fly on the wall, almost just being there, because this was so different from what Ellen pictured in terms of Oslo, the forest in Oslo. The energy here was so different that she actually considered or reconsidered something that she said she'd never do, which is cool. Like clarity on the next level. This is what I need in life, you know? The calm, the reset, the harmony in animals, dogs and cats and farms and just nature, basically. You don't need a fucking farm and a community and all that stuff. But if you do, we do have that. This building, and it's not one of those normal ones either. It's like a node network with neural transmitters in the form of legacy vans or hashtag van life, driving from one house with a like-minded person to the next, like a network. And some of those nodes on that network happen to be communities or 2 or 3 houses where people have built their lives because they have realized that the system is kind of not for them. It is not treating them really good. I think it's about time. But I'm back at the cabin. Tomorrow we'll be heading to Oslo. I will check out an office that was given or made disposed to. This is insane because I have people around me that can't be explained with words. The Wizard of Oslo basically is going on this epic adventure to India on Thursday, I think. And so, because of that, he's going to leave the house for me to use, and also a key card. I don't want to say card, that takes away the magic. But a card, an access key, a passphrase to a secret location where there are people who are creating epic things. That's what we're going to do. And then maybe, if time affords us, we're going to be able to end it off with Ceremony Mountain. And with that, I think this would be the most transformative adventure we've had so far. But don't take my word for it. I would love to ask the co-traveler about that when we are done. What she's had some time to integrate and just feel it.
Okay, so there's a lot of things that happened after this voice note and the events that took place after this. We continued the night. We went to sleep. The next day, we started to head back towards Oslo. On the way there, we met this woman who has a very interesting life. And she was talking about how her experiences changed her life, basically. She's now using this awareness and experience to help other people. Psychosis cleaned my mind, so it was possible to see what's actually happening. There's a lot to cover in terms of everything that is going on. And the people that I've been meeting with on the way up. But after that, I started to head down. And as I came to Oslo, I was given a challenge. I was given a quest that was going to take me into where he wanted me to go. He guided me in the way I love to be guided, basically. So I'm going to go and I'm going to read that. I'm going to just translate it as I go because it was sent to me in Norwegian. But I did this yesterday. I will be able to do it today. The mystical road from Burger King's realm to the Temple of Light. Light warrior, conscious soul, burger alchemist. You're standing now at the threshold to a new chapter. Your senses have been sharpened by the flaming grill, and now the city is calling you further. But be aware. The road to the Temple of Light is not without its trials. The first trial, exiting the Burger King's realm. Leave the Burger Palace through the main gate and let your feet touch the bricks below by the train market. Listen to the city's symphony, the sound of metro carts cutting through time and space, human masses in constant stream, and maybe, if you really listen, a voice from the dimensions behind the veil. The great guardian of the train market. When you are approaching the tiger, you must choose your actions with care. It is said that those who honor this guardian will get the Temple of Light's road appearing for them, or shown to them. Stroke it gently. Maybe you will win its favor. Whisper a secret word to it. Maybe you will hear the city's hidden pulse. Ignore it. Do you really take that chance? Towards the ocean, where the depths are calling. When the guardian has accepted your presence, follow the stream southwest. Feel the wind shift. It carries the hint of the sea, an invitation from the depth. When you approach the sea, the ocean, you are at the threshold. Oh, I'll have to fix something after. You're at the threshold of the light, the Temple of Light that is towering above you. The last stop before the transition into the open. But your way is not going up, it is going down. The final path, the descent into the underworld. Can you imagine? I was kind of stricken by this text. I am the one in this adventure, you know. Feel the energies pull you towards the Temple of Light. This is not an ordinary building. It's an archive of hidden truth. So, of course, I got a little bit interested. I was invested. I needed to know more. Here is my journey towards this location.
This is very interesting. Very interesting indeed. That was absolutely amazing. Okay, first of all, look at that. There's this huge building, and I thought it was there. You know, I always like, okay, light, temple of light. I'm gonna go through the instructions I was given. I was basically, I was sent to the tiger over there, where I had to win its favor. I touched it. I stood there for quite some time. No, maybe something would be revealed. Not sure if you can hear me, because now I'm entering the next part of this adventure, which was the breeze of the ocean, where the winds take, or the winds turn, so that I can feel the breeze from the ocean, and it fits, you know. And now I'm following the flow. It literally says this in the instructions. I'm looking for something that he referred to as the Temple of Light, and a library that is not like any others, which is why I went in there, because it said welcome explorers. It just, you know, it just fit too good. I thought, oh my god, what is this? I'm definitely going to use that place in any future meetups. But now I was told that what I'm looking for is adjacent to the opera, so I'm heading down towards this Temple of Light to see if I can find my fellow adventurer, or the person who sent me on this quest. Serious, well done, well done. This is what it's all about. Way to go, to own up to the quest giver task. Okay, but now he says I'll see it right away. Is it a huge temple? I think it is. I think I can see it. It's not a, you know, it's a library, but I do believe that I'm on the right path. So I'm gonna go over this last crossing, Jalarbru almost, and I'll see if I can find him. There it is. There's this library. I don't know. Should I play? Like, I don't think I say anything here. The wind was excruciating. Well done. Jeg har noe jeg får dele med deg på den, altså. Jeg vet ikke om du har hørt om kongler? I filled him in on the pine cone and everything that has happened.
And I try to catch the environment that we were sitting in. Interesting decor. And the interesting building that will be appearing in the quest card. This is the place if you're ever in Oslo. It was amazing. Also kind of fits the whole QR narrative. So here it is as well in the distance. That funny looking building. People think that intimacy is about sex, but intimacy is about truth. When you realize you can tell someone your truth, when you can show yourself to them, when you stand in front of them and their response is, "You're safe with me," that's intimacy. I can agree. I was just doing some B-roll. Important to have those weird fucking videos where you don't do shit. You're just looking weirdly into the camera while you're filming yourself, sitting there not doing nothing. Then again, from another angle, so that you have the horizontal version as well. Very important, maybe, potentially in the future for some reason. I'm not sure if I'm saying anything either, because I rarely talk in public transport. I usually just flow through it in silence, and then I share when it's relevant. But like that now, I can use this as a multi-dimensional communication piece. I can talk as if I'm talking from my thoughts. And I can have that as a B-roll when I'm just sharing a story. So if this was not live, it would, look quite different, and I would be able to tell a story more in depth. I could talk to myself. I could have myself, react as if I'm reviewing it in the future and have it actually interact with the video. I didn't do that now, but I could have. And here I was in Tunsberg. Just landing on the bird. I have arrived in Tunsberg. Literally no plan right now at all, because people who say they want me to come, well, when I am in the neighborhood, we have gone about, I don't know how many times, but it hasn't happened yet, so I can't take that as a guarantee. I will find something to do here, which will be a place for sanctuary or just being able to calmly plan what I'm going to do from here, because this is the last stop, which is Norway. Get a grip, because the public transport so far has been fucking shit. If I wait for longer than, I guess, 6 p.m. from Oslo, I will not get home, because the transport doesn't take me that far. So now I just took a train halfway through. That means I still have half left, and I'll figure out some way to get there. I'm not sure where I'm at, actually. I have this thing, so I'm guessing I'm in the town square. I'm in the city center. I'll figure it out. Always do. I'm looking for the docks. I'm drawn to the sea. I will find it. That was a really interesting picture that all of a sudden showed up on a building, and I was like, huh, that was weird. Had to take that. So I felt like I was being watched as I was going through the city. Amazing. I found my friend whom I was talking about earlier. As I was coming down the street, she was just like, I heard her voice. She was the only person there other than me, kind of, that I could see, even though she was outside of the building. And it was a really interesting reunion. I've never done that before. Normally it's planned, There is rarely any surprise drop-ins anymore, I feel like. So this is also one of the ways I practice Hovamål. Because in Hovamål, the first part of it is about the hospitality and the common sense in human behavior, I guess. And when you have traveled the mountains, literally, and you have crossed the elements, and you're coming to a house, the way you greet a traveler is kind of important, So the way I was greeted here, I feel like it was perfect. It was perfect in terms of everything that I see as common sense, I guess, in human interactions. This is just a little bit of cover. I took a few pictures from within the well just to have something to refer to. I'm currently, let me show you. I'm currently at a place, and it's this place. Can you remember the horribly lit place that I just showed you? It's the well. Needhog's well. Many people remember that because, well, I talked about it before it was a thing, and then we have visited a few times after it became a thing, and now, well, it's just simply just starting to become a thing. It's a thing now. People can come in and it's freaking amazing, but it's not done yet, which means that there is more epicness to look forward to. And I'm here now because I'm kind of stuck in Tunsberg. So I'll keep you updated and see what happens if it sorts itself out. Fun fact: the round table is not only in. How cool would it be if it was actually on that? The round table is not only in this place. It's also a physical location, which is very, recent, but now there it is. Is one of several, actually. Fun fact. I pulled the cards also on my friend, or the current situation up there. It's kind of similar to the other spread if you see the full context of it, because day, clarity, novelty, dog being the essence of the whole thing is like a new day, it's like Emir, right? Now that it has been created, it's now a new day. And that was kind of cool in terms of where we're going. And then in Hell, we have Amarun again, the known unknown. So see how these cards are kind of following? Because I was not the one who shuffled these cards. It was my friend who is now the possessor of the cards. But, in Hell, the main difficulty has been the known unknown. And the last cards, if I don't remember correctly, or if I remember correctly, it was in the present. So it was currently a challenge that was being dealt with, kinda. Then we go into the future, where we have the present. Urd being one of the three Norns of Norse mythology, and the witches of the well, the tenders of the Yggdrasil well. She symbolized the present and how we see it. Like right now, we are living in the future. We are currently, right now, doing the thing that we are going to do in the future, and it's just a good placement, given that this card placement is for the future and the next step ahead. The next step ahead is just being present. Then we go down to the subconscious, in the almost down to the bottom, where we have Gersemi and Hnos, treasure, beauty, and design. If I remember correctly, these are sons of Ellinger. No, maybe that is actually the Dag and Nut. Yeah, Dag and Nut. Gersemi and Hnos are craftsmen. Like, they have quality in their stuff, treasure, beauty, and design. And I don't know, in terms of all this, you saw the design, the different spaces, and how that energy is created by that, the quality of the facilitation of the space and everything in the experience that is being done. All of it is kind of, yeah. So for the subconscious, I feel like there's always been this guiding star of doing the best work one can, and also that is relevant to Brock being the master craftsman of the Norse weapons and stuff in the other spread. And then in Sigyn being in Midgard present right now, we have loyalty, and I'm literally here because I'm loyal to the people that I said let's do this with. Nidhogg's well is the result of the work of a group of women that just fucking crushed it. And we had a conversation a few years, I don't know if it's 2 years ago, a year ago, time moves different. But me and another representative of that time from the Legacy Forge, he's not with us anymore. He was in the witch's house in Toonsburg with these women, and we were doing these presentations, teaching them how to pitch for investors and to really visualize their dream and to present that technically and, you know, in terms of ideas of where it could go. So the Legacy Forge is one of the endorsers of Needhog's Well, and it's been an interesting journey, but it was a requirement to be loyal to each other while we're doing that. And as we have seen, there has been a lot of disloyal people coming in on this journey, and then that has kind of made its reactions and responses, and things have found a new way. Now here we are again, and loyalty being the one thing that is keeping us on this path. So it's interesting. It's interesting to see Sigyn, who is the wife of Loki, be in that position. She was kind of forced to stay by Loki's side after he fucked up royally. Remember also, Loki is the father of both the Fenrir wolf, the Midgard serpent, and Hel. And he's the mother of Sleipnir. That's another story though. But Sigyn was the faithful wife. All those kids came from another woman. 2 of them actually. Or a different woman and another father, if you want to go technical. But Sigyn was the bearer of Loki's true children, basically, or Narve and I don't remember what the other name is. But they were kind of the family that was just caught in the crossfire. Because as Loki was being sentenced and punished for what he had done towards the gods, they punished him by tying him deep into the earth and then having a serpent coiled over his head that was dripping poison in his face, right? He's tied with the intestines of his son, whom the gods turned his son into a wolf. The wolf ripped to shreds his other son, and that was kind of it. And Sigyn, the mother of these 2, were witnessing it all, standing there, seeing this happening, that her sons were killed because of Loki's actions, and the intestines of one of the sons were used as the rope that tied her husband to the rock, and then they were petrified and made into stone, and he was kind of stuck there forever. Now, Sigyn, being the fucking personification of loyalty, stands beside Loki and catches the venom that is coming from the snake. Every time the venom has filled up the cup or the bowl, she goes off to empty it out, and then the venom hits Loki's forehead. He shakes violently and screams, and it's said that that's why we have earthquakes. But the whole power of this type of loyalty, do you see what I mean? Sigyn is the personification of loyalty in my eyes, because she remained loyal after having gone through hell on earth in so many ways that she was not responsible for. So it's a powerful card. And then we have Hirokin up in, did we say, Niflheim, which was the instinctive thinking of the whole thing. Hirokin being judgment and final decision. I'm not really 100% familiar with Hirokin's story, but I do believe that she's riding a wolf with serpent reins, or reins that are serpents, you know. And that she was the only person who were able to dislodge the ship of Balder when he died. Even Thor himself was not able to move the ship from the shore when they were putting the funeral ship to water. But she came, she was called, and because of this, Thor was a bit, peeved, so he killed a dwarf, which is not a nice thing, but, they have a lot of different interesting details in these stories. Hirokin is therefore arguably one of the strongest creatures in the universe, if I'm not mistaken. And then we go into Durin, the doorkeeper, and he symbolizes navigation for some good reason that I can't really remember right now. But this is one of those cases where I had the cards for a bit shorter than I should have, because there are many stories that I can't really retell with the same details as I can with many of the others. But he's in the challenge, right, in Jotunheim. So the doorkeeper, I'm looking for the people, the gatekeepers, and trying to find my best way towards the nod, I guess, and the different other things that are happening. So I look forward to learn more about Durin and then figure out what that kind of means in this whole context. Embla, down in Dwarfheim, at Dvergheim, she is the first woman. She was carved by a log that washed ashore. And she's actually caused me a lot of interesting thoughts because Odin, Vili, and Ve was born by Ymir and came from the armpits. So technically, I'm now thinking a little bit further because Usk is her brother and is referred to as the first human, but he was born by Heimdall. Or Heimdall is said to have Jarl and Erna as the first kids. Like, there is a lot of things here that I need to figure out. But Embla is referred to as the first human that was actually created by Odin, Vili, and Ve by being carved out of a floating log of amber or elm, a creative and soft and feminine wood. But she is in Dvergheim. She symbolizes new things and feminine things. And as you remember in the last one, we had Alfrun, who is a representative of the feminine intellect. So again, it's a bit of a look at this thing that is happening with the whole feminine part of this whole thing, which is interesting. Lots of witches, lots of Valkyries, lots of strong females are now doing things in ways that was not done before. The feminine part of this whole thing is just growing in power. The sisterhood. The sisterhood is fucking growing. And this is also apparent. Like, I'm sitting in one of these witches' cabins talking about that specific thing too. So, it's a collective that goes beyond the community, if that makes sense. And then here we have Eimnir, the spirit of fire. I think that is the personification of fire, which brings us into kind of a new conundrum. Because I don't know if you are familiar with Surt, the fire giant god thingy that was there in Muspelheim way before it started to burn, which means that given that Muspelheim and Niflheim are the two worlds that leaks into Ginnungagap, the void in between where Ymir, the first giant creature thing, was created, then technically there were things before Ymir, and Surt is kind of referred to as being first before him, and he's the last to stand after, so it's a puzzling conundrum indeed. But Eimnir, aim in Norway, we can say is like, we can smell something, or it's like, when I think of aim, is also the aura, I guess, of the heat. So that the radiant energy, the fire, the actual warmth and power and nature of fire. Eimnir is the personification of this, or the spirit of the fire, and being in the position of Muspelheim. So this is where this type of spread kind of, it's also very important in terms of what happens in what placement. In terms of this being Muspelheim, the catastrophe, the power, the energy, the fire, you get what I mean? It's very cool to see the spirit of fire, the actual essence of the thing, being the representative of the spread. That's, for me, I think that is very interesting. Let's continue, though, because that was a little tangent. As you see behind there, though, there are a stack of spark keys. The ones I've been showing off freaking all the time. And the magic book. I don't know if I've shown you the inside of that magic book, but now it's starting to get relevant. So maybe we should do that in another stream. This is some of the furniture inside of Nidhogg's well. They went hard into keeping the design and really making it flow. This is actually a... I did it like that intentionally because you have to be there to, you know, experience it. Also, they sing of a place called Finnskogen, which also is starting to become more and more relevant in terms of what we're doing because there are places. Like the witch's cabin is in one forest. There is another thing in Finnskogen, and these are connected to that in interesting ways. So expect to see these wonderful people more. We figure we're going to go for Slottsfjell, which is a tower in Tunsberg. Here, just below a Viking ship at the Museum of Vikings. We went up there to talk. It was very cozy. And then I went back. Here I am actually at the witch, the main witch, the reading witch, the card reading witch. Every witch reads cards, but she is of a different class. And it's really interesting. Here I'm going back on the morning of my return. Going through the street and passing Nidhogg's Well. It's a very interesting building in between all these other mainstream places. And now you can get the coordinates for the next adventure. This is going to be one of the meeting places up in the second floor. I have more to that actually, but it's on another camera, so it's going to be harder to find it. There's a different type of calm in the morning. This is the next level. This is going to be meme as well. Interesting. Probably hidden or secret information. Excellence is never an accident, is always the result of high intention, sincere effort, and intelligent execution. If he said that, that is a smart thing to say. I came back to the cats. This is Solo. He's huge. He is actually magical. And there's a story behind him as well, which I've said a little bit. I told a little bit about the story of Solo, but there is more to it. And it's currently playing out. Who knows? Maybe he's going to be part of the van life. I think he will. I think actually that's going to happen. He's a very, very special cat.
Quit. Look at the timeline today, man. This thing is like, it's outrageous. The timeline is the influencers on it at $10 if you took a look at the timeline. So, I mean, when I say that, when I'm tweeting or talking about, I mean, we say last chance. Last chance or one of your last chances to take this influencer thing seriously. And, you know, Shibo, do you mind taking just a couple minutes? I gotta answer something real quick.
Yeah, I'm currently, no problem. I'm currently drawing charts, guys.
Okay.
You know, and currently I'm looking at a death spiral right in front of me. This is a new formation I haven't seen in a while. It's a death spiral. I don't know, we went from chumming the waters to absolutely getting obliterated by the waters. Alright, so Bitcoin dominance chart is what I'm looking at, guys, if you want to follow along. Bitcoin dominance by percentage. I'm seeing that on Saturday the 2nd of January 2021, we really topped out at around 71%. That seems like it seems like we got a little bit ways to go, guys. It seems like we got a little bit ways to go before we'll really see a altcoin season. And
yeah, we're back down to 60.
Yeah,
I believe so. 61.8. 61.8.
Yep.
I mean, we say last chance.
That's interesting in terms of crypto and altcoin. So if you are in crypto and have meme coins and altcoins, just keep a little heads up. And also just in terms of crypto, just when we're on that topic, we do have partners like Helcrypt, and we do know a lot of things ourselves as well. So just reach out if there are any questions about what crypto does and what crypto can do. The love for yourself gotta be stronger than the desire to be loved by someone else. Make sure you're showing up for you first. Love captures us in a moment and changes us forever. Wish it, dream it, do it. These are things that actually, they programmed me when I was walking around at home. And that seems to be the last picture that I have on the phone. Now I have a lot of stuff on the camera as well, on the actual camera. And there's a whole bunch of things that could be put together in a different way. But now that I have reflected on this whole journey, I need to take a little break and reset my brain and then just carry it on, because the adventure is not done. That's the thing. Right now, I am just doing some practical stuff here until I'm heading back to Kristiansand. And from there, Marius is definitely going to be part of this and everything that's going to happen after that. So we're also going to talk a lot more on X, on Spaces. So if you are not following the account, the address is right here, Torsopola. And also if you want to join more directly, you can go to thelegacyforge.com/magic. I've started to do a little bit of maintenance and changing the links and putting in the actual way into the Discord server and making sure that because one of the invite links was gone, it disappeared. So now many of the QR codes that are already out there is not going to work. And we have to kind of build this plane in the air. So right now, on almost any YouTube video you'll find, there is a document that is attached to a link that should always have the correct information on it. So you just go into that under this video. I think there's under this video, there's going to be a link saying this is your map, and that map takes you directly into it. So it's kind of like an effort, but that's the point. It's going to be a magical one, and when people go through the levels that are presented to them, they're going to find insane rewards on the other side. So that's why we're trying to show this as we're doing it, and just being most efficient about it as we're doing it as well. Just that's why I have this YouTube video right now. Went live just to go through it so that I don't have to do it again. And then I can just use fragments to put together a more polished story. But with that, I hope you're having a fantastic day. I'm going to see if I can be professional about this and see if I can make it worthy of a fantastic ending as well. If you want to have a post-stream chat, after stream chat, reach out. I think I'm going to just chill out a little bit and then maybe have energy for a conversation shortly after. I'm going to have to see what happens. I hope you enjoyed your time with me. Thank you so much for spending that time and the energy and all that stuff. I appreciate the hell out of it. And I hope you have an epic day. Subscribe to the channel, comment, share, all those things. It helps a lot. And I'll see you out there.
Gazing at the cabin, nestled neath the trees, whispers of the ancients, carried by the breeze. Guitar strings are humming, firelight aglow. Legacy forgers, it's time to let go. For tonight we dive deep into realms unknown. With plant missions guidance, our spirits have grown. Tribe experience calls as the stars do shine. In this quantum dance, the universe is thine. Dragons we have battled, demons we've defied. Through the darkest valleys and mountains we've climbed. Now we stand united, warriors of the heart. For love is our armor, and this is just the start. Dragons we have battled, demons we've defied. Through the darkest valleys and mountains we've climbed. Now we stand united, warriors of the heart. For love is our armor, and this is just the start. Mystical moments as the fire crackles near. Laughter and some tears as we conquer our fear. Epic is the journey of the soul's wild ride. With the legacy forge we take Tonight we ascend to dimensions so vast, embracing the future, honoring the past. Tribe experience beckons as the flames dance high. In this cosmic embrace, we touch the sky. Stories of resilience, tales of rebirth, legacy forgers, we know our worth. From challenges faced to the love we found, in this sacred space, our spirits are unbound. So here by the cabin, as night turns to day, we'll remember this moment, come one day. For in the heart of nature, with the flags we'll embrace, we found our true calling in this mystical space.